and welcome back, everyone. Welcome back to another week, another day, another edition of the OSC Season 12 Championship lower bracket round number 6 and upper bracket round 5 as well. We are progressing, we are advancing through the bracket. It's been massive, it's been large, it's been a long month of StarCraft, a long month of OSC, but now we are here to conclude it this week. We're here to conclude it. I'm of course OSI VIP. With me, I'm joined by these amazing players, by the people in the chat, by my plushies as well. Welcome one and all. As the bracket has been progressing over time, actually let's catch up on the bracket itself here and catch up on the matches that are coming up ahead of us. For those that are curious, OSC Season 12 Championship has been an event that's been going on for the entire month. Is a massive bracket, and it's basically the I Am Katowice of the online tournament circuits, where for the entirety of the year of 2024, players have been accumulating points in online events, and they've since been invited into this annual end of year championship to determine the best in online tournaments. Here we go. As we switch our teams over and catch up on the bracket itself, we have our lower bracket round 6 matches ahead of us here. We have a PvP and a PvZ between Skillous, Geralt, Hero, and Solar. But for some greater context, let's catch up on the bracket, as again, it's quite daunting, it's quite a lot to get into. Let's jump in from the top, I would say. Let's jump in from, let's try to jump in. There we go. Beautiful. So we were covering the previous rounds earlier this week. We finished up our bracket round 4. We're now getting into the upper bracket semi-finals here. We had MaxPax taking down Hero barely 3-2. Likewise, we had Clem taking down Geralt, and now up later on tonight, we do have ByuN versus MaxPax, Dark versus Clem. They're going to be facing off in the upper bracket semi-finals. That leads into the upper bracket finals. That leads into the grand finals, which we're going to be wrapping up on Friday, by the way, as there's still a lot of matches to go over, a lot of matches to uncover. For the time being, going to be focusing though on the matches we have available to us here, again the upper bracket semi-finals and the lower bracket as well. That's what makes this bracket so huge and so big, and why it takes so long to get through, is because there's also a lower bracket, and every series is a best of 5. If you didn't notice, 0 best of 3s up here. It's all been best of 5s back to back to back to back, insanely long matches, and again, just to determine the best players to make it through, of course. But that leads us here towards that lower bracket, where we had Skillous taking down Kira, we had Solar taking down Christiana. That means we have Hero versus Solar and Geralt versus Skillous. We have our top 8 players of the tournament, and we are about to cut that down and start eliminating players from the event. Here we go. So these are our matches coming up ahead of us here. We're going to be going over these lower bracket matches, then we'll be having a break, and then we'll be having the upper bracket matches thereafter. That is the plan here for today's broadcast. A lot to get into, a lot to go over. Again, purely best of 5s. And up first, we have our PvP. Up first, we do have Skillous versus Geralt. Is going to be coming in next year on the channel. Is the plan, is the go-to. As I quickly bring us back. Beautiful. We have our lower bracket matches here, and again, Skillous, he has been improving so much here, and it's been impressive to see his growth over the past couple of months. Likewise, Geralt as well. It's gonna be a hard one to call, I'll be honest. As a reminder, it was last week where we had Geralt taking down Showtime in the Pigsty Festival qualifiers, but we'll see how he compares to Skillous. As spawning in the bottom right hand corner of Gressvan, we have our Polish Protoss player, our blue Protoss, representing Streamer Zone. It is Geralt. And spawning in the top left hand corner, we have the red Protoss player representing Team Liquid. It is Skillous. Again, so far we have casted every single match in this tournament. It's going through from upper bracket round 1 all the way to today. Again, it's been over a month actually of content of StarCraft, but we are here to wrap it up this week. It's going to be today and Friday, our 2 days here of the week of broadcasts of OSC, to finally crown our champion. We're almost there. We are almost there. For the time being though, welcome one and all to Gressvan. For those that are curious, for those who maybe haven't tuned into a previous OSC broadcast, OSC, they do feature an extended map pool. They actually provide voting for the players, and players, they do decide which maps they want to play on, which older maps they add to the map pool. The 3 maps that were added were Gresfan, the map here, alongside Romanticide and Erahome as well. Gresfan, of course, was in the map pool a couple of years ago. I want to say like 2023, like end 2022, maybe beginning of 2023. Era of StarCraft, so not too long ago, but it's been a couple of years, and now we're here. Now we are back. This is one of the larger maps in the map pool. Very large map, long rush distance by ground, and as a result, we are able to indulge and embrace a longer series, at least a longer game. That's what we're hoping for. That's what we're looking for. We'll see. So far, 2 gate opener out of it. Geralt, likewise, 2 gate opener out of Skills as well. So far, so good. Catching up. As we do dip in across the map. Getting a full scout out, we're counting for pylons. So far, a second pylon has been found for the side of Geralt, likewise from Skills as well. So both players are fully aware there's no proxy, at least not yet. Not yet in game 1. That's something that I'm a little bit concerned by, just because of what I enjoy out of PvPs, is players like Skills, players like Geralt, they're not really one to cheese or proxy too often. So because of that, this might be a much more standard back and forth macro PvP, which I want to say favors Geralt. Geralt, he has some crazy late game PvP. He is always one stylistically to skip and delay Archons, to rush into Disruptors, and then head towards Skytos from there. Geralt has some of the best late game PvZ out there. Like, it's so impressive how we can look with that kind of army, and how we can get there, more importantly. So give Geralt a longer game state, and that's where he can thrive. We'll see if he can get there. We'll see if Skill still give it to it. But now Hallucination Scout, once again, just confirming there's an expansion. Confirming the placement of the 3rd pylon. Speaking of pylons, Skillis does throw his down towards the south side. He's going to be able to use it to reinforce as he does move out across the map. Okay, a more aggressive start here from Skillis. Does move out, double Stalker into double Sentry, or double Sentry into double Stalker. Is moving out. We have Sentry follow-up here from Geralt. So Skillis, he's going to have more DPS. He's going to have more firepower here, and he can also reinforce with that pylon. And last shield battery's not ready. Force fields are. Oh, speaking of, nicely done trying to lock down Skillis. Despite that, Skillis, he does force field the ramp. Here, the ramp is force field. The Stalker is going to go down. Shield battery's not done in time. Ooh, and with that, we trade the Stalker for a Sentry. But alas, Geralt going to be losing another Sentry. Yeah, Sentries are falling. Shield battery is done. Oh my god. Skillis barely escapes. And so far, a better trade for Skillis. Was a slightly better trade. Likewise, reinforcements are on the way. It's going to be 2 Adepts. 2 Adepts taking 1-shot probes. Their goal here is to bust into a mineral line. To get past the army to get into a mineral line. We'll see if Skillis can get there. Likewise, Geralt does find the Adepts ahead of time. Not bad. So steps forward, does turn them back. Should kill 1, just barely. And 1 Adept does go down. Likewise, both players taking up into Blink. So we have the same tech. Twilight Council into Blink. Adept does shade in. But it's only 1, so it shouldn't get much damage. Can maybe get 1 probe. Oh! Ooh, gets 1. Gets 1 worker. Pylon is found. Is going to be shut down as well. Geralt looking quite secure. Skills has been quite aggressive, but for the most part, Geralt, he has been able to keep up. For the most part. And with that, takes a 3rd. So past the 3rd base for Geralt. Skill is not too far behind. Geralt has the high ground. Oh! Does force field. Likewise, Geralt also getting caught out. Does pull away. Whew, just in time. Once again, Geralt, he's holding on. Skillis has to pull back. Does pull back, does retreat. Both players taking out. We have Forges on the way, Robos on the way. And we mentioned, especially on a larger map like Gresfan, especially on how our players are, how they play out PvP stylistically, we're going to settle it. We're going to settle into the mid-game. No hyper-aggression, 3rd base is into a 4th base, into maxed out armies. Now, I stand by what I mentioned before, that Geralt, he should be working towards charge, but he does often enjoy skipping Archons, skipping Temple Archives and going into Disruptors. To be fair, it's been, I want to say that I haven't seen that from Geralt since maybe early January, so it's been a month, or even just over a month since that, so we'll see if that continues to be the case. Where Geralt has since kind of adjusted and adapted his style. So we are building up. Upgrades still on the way. And both players are just, we do have a lull here as both players are just establishing their own third bases. Mortal production for Geralt. There's that charge. And we're waiting for further tech. Outside of that, Geralt is now suddenly being active. Looking for any stray spotted pylons. Sneaking out with those adepts. Likewise, Skills also getting position to scout. Oh, does spot this. Skills is aware. At the same time, Stalkers are poking in towards that third base. Probes are going down. Adepts are shade in. And more workers are falling. Getting what? 3, 4, 5 probe kills. Not bad. Yeah, 5, 6, and we get 7. Up. Oh, we barely can. Whew. 7 probes. Good start here for Geralt. Goes away to Adepts. Likewise, both players taking the same direction. We have the Prism on the way. This is the first sign of aggression here from Skillus. So he can reinforce across the map. He can push. So far, neither player taking their gases at the third. Skillus staying on 3 gases. Likewise, so is Geralt. Relying on mainly Zealot reinforcements for now. But both players expand. Never mind. Prism is moving out to harass, but looks like only to harass. Not to reinforce. Zealots are warping in. Throwing down spotted pylons. Oh, we've seen many a late game on Gressfan. We're back, Pappy. We're back. Let's go. Skills is being active. Zealot does hit the mineral line. Getting a probe kill. Main army does push in. So far, Geralt keeping up. It's keeping up with the main army. Skillus rotating into the main. Trying to pull Geralt apart. We have a tri-pronged attack. We have Zealots towards the 4th base. We have Prism into the main. We have the main army towards that natural. And Skillus, he will actually reinforce, going for the mineral line. Probes are going down. Geralt's getting pulled apart. Oh, he's out of position. Yeah, strong response there from Geralt. Prism goes down. Nice force fields. Doesn't quite get the pylon. Skillus is pulling Geralt apart. And we just keep going for more warp-ins. Barely in time. Geralt, he should be able to hold on. Catching out a couple of Stalkers. Not bad. It does punish. Does blink. Prism into the main base. Stalkers are in position. Prism is going to go down. And Geralt holds. Whew. Geralt, he holds on. He cleans up all those Zealots. He lost 4 probes. He lost a War Prism. But outside of that, he holds. And that's what's important here. Geralt, he still holds on. Skillus forced back. I did mention that Geralt, he's quite fond of skipping Archons. But never mind. Archons are going to be on the way. As here comes that Temple Archives. We should soon be seeing one from the side of Skillus as well. But the time being does not go for it. Skillus rebuilding his War Prism. Still being active. Does rotate around. So far runs into those Zealots. Trades well. Does trade well for himself, but Geralt comes in for a flank. Does dive in, catches a couple of Stalkers. Not a bad trade. Zealots trade well as well. Trading minerals for gas. Forcing Skills away. At the same time, Zealots do peel off. They head towards the mineral line. There is a shield battery in position. Geralt has time to respond. Does have time. So far, Geralt is keeping up. Keeping up with the harass. Prism moves out once again, this time towards that natural. Now, in a head-on fight, Geralt can still take this fight just because of the Immortals. He does have that Immortal advantage. That's kind of the one big thing that Geralt has compared to Skillus' army. Skillus is very Stalker-heavy. Very Stalker-heavy. So the Archons, they can come... Sorry, the Immortals can come in clutch. Likewise, Dark Shrine from Geralt, so he's going to attempt to harass across the map. There should be, at this stage, cannons in the mineral lines. There's cannons here towards the top side and a cannon all the way towards the south, but yeah, there are openings. There are definitely opportunities here for Dark Templar, 100%. Well, girl, he has to preserve those immortals. And again, we have even more immortals on the way. So Geralt, he recognized the kind of army that Skillus has. There are a lot of zealots, that is true. But they're not with the main force, they're mainly harassing. As the armies are joining. Oh, never mind, they're passing by each other. They do rotate. Geralt moving in. Both armies about to max. To max out, Zealots, they do hit that southern base. Geralt, he wants to commit, he wants to fight. Again, he's got 5 immortals. Jesus. 5 immortals, chasing Skills down. Zealots, they're getting a bit out of hand. Breaking through that defensive line. Likewise, Geralt pushing forward. Depowers the shield battery, depowers the cannons as well. Yeah, boys being pulled away. Nice force field. Very nice force fields. Yeah, the probes, they're locked down. 14 workers full. The expansion as well. At the same time, Zealots, they're breaking into the mineral line. Geralt, he does reinforce in time. He's down in upgrades. He's going to be forced to recall. Oh, that's a rough recall. Does recall though. At the same time, Zealots, they force the cancellation of a base. Geralt, he will defend. But now recalls on cooldown. Likewise, his army is split. Zealots is still active. And Skilus did lose the mineral line, but he still has bases. Still has plenty of economy. He still has an economy, he can still maintain himself. And he does rotate once again. This time, Geralt is ready. He's here. Oh my god. We'll shut down those stalkers. We'll force Skills back. And once again, just collapsing the army, catching out all the sentries. As Geralt moves out, Zealots, they move in once again, but there are DTs to defend. Very nice done here by Geralt. He's going to start Templar. Another Zealot warping into the main. Ooh, rough response though. Geralt otherwise distracted. Does spread out his army. Probes are falling. Geralt, he's committed. Does go for another expansion. The immortals are looking exposed. And Skills, he'll finally get one of them. He gets one, he gets 2. I can one-shot. Yeah, 3 immortals go down, and Geralt not able to protect. He gets punished. Likewise, Zealots are wreaking havoc in the bases. Yeah, they're getting out of hand. 26 probes going down. Geralt, he's losing momentum here. Remember, down to 1 immortal. I know. Down to 0. 0 immortals. They are targeted down. Skilus trading well. Does lose the base, but it may not matter. He saves the mineral line. He takes down the Archons. There's 1 Archon left. Down to 0. 0 Archons remaining. Zealots are finally being cleaned up across the map. Geralt, he can finally push out. Still very close. Geralt, he still has, I believe, 2. Yeah, 2 immortals remaining. 2 immortals coming in. Couple of Archons. Can finally reinforce, and Skills only working with purely Stalker. Oh, takes down the observers. Dark Templar can waddle in. Speaking of, yeah, they head across the map. And Skills, he's having a harder time keeping up here. Observers on the way. Oh no, not again! The Immortals! He gets 1, he gets 2, but this time he gets punished. Yeah, this time the punish is real. Archons are in position. Stalkers, they get free volleys off. And Skills, he'll lose his army. GG gets called, and Geralt, he will take game number 1. Whew. GG. Geralt, he will take a lead in the series. Again, a very chaotic game state towards the end. Alas, Geralt did have the superior army for a very long time. He had a more complex army, I will say, with Archons, with Immortals, so he was able to outtrade his opponents, and he did force Skills to take some otherwise rougher fights towards the end, just because he had to commit, he had to make up for his otherwise weaker army, and Geralt, he was able to pull it off in the end. Skills did a great job counterattacking and going for these run-bys and trying to punish and successfully punishing Geralt, but Geralt's main force was still robust enough to keep going. Just barely enough with those 2 immortals. GG. GG, well played. Geralt does take a lead in the series, and now we're jumping into game number 2. This should be a bit of a more aggressive map. It is large, don't get me wrong, but the bases are a little bit less defendable here. So we'll see how our players will approach things on Frostline. As spawning in the top right-hand corner, we have our Polish Protoss player, the blue Protoss representing Streamer Zone. It is Geralt. And spawning in the bottom left-hand corner, we have his opponents. We have the red Protoss player representing Team Liquid. It is Skillous. Again, Skillous sticking with a cheaper army, mainly with Zealots and Stalker. He never made a single Archon, he never made a single Immortal. Just purely a gateway army out of Skillous. And the goal with that kind of force, the ideal is to be able to pull apart your opponents, right? With non-stop run-bys, counterattacks, and catching your opponent out of position or out-positioning your opponent is what you rely upon. And Skillous, he was somewhat successful. I mean, we did see Tri-Pronged attack time and time again. War Prism into the main, Zealot run-bys, main army pushing in. He was able to gain some value and get some damage, but just was not worth it. It was not enough. For the most part, Geralt was successfully defending. But I will say that is easier on Gresvan more so than on Frostline. So load into a more open map. There are a lot of bases. It is a long rush distance by ground, don't get me wrong, or longer rush distance by ground. But the bases themselves are less defendable. The third, the fourth base. So wide open, so vulnerable to attacks. Sure, that is going to be a factor coming into this. It's going to be a factor. Likewise, this is our only broadcast scheduled for today. We do have this afternoon off, and we'll see how we feel after this cast. Usually on Wednesdays, usually on Wednesdays, after the morning cast, I would have like a ladder session. I would stream, have a ladder session, and we'd be able to have some fun. But it does depend. There's like a backlog of work to do, and I guess it depends also on how we feel and how awake we are. Yo, shouts once again to Wiki. Oh my god, thank you so much. Thank you so much, Wiki, in the chat for the 5 gifted subs to the community. Thank you so much. God, thank you so much. Also, thank you so much for becoming a new patron as well. I did mention last night, that we did get a new patron on our channel, so thank you so much. We do appreciate it. A lot of support in recent times and recent days. Thank you. Always do appreciate it. Always. Do appreciate it. As so far, we've just had a bit of a lull here in our game. We had standard openers, just 2-gate opener into our expansions. We do have our take of choice here, going to be a robo opener out of Skillous, a very safe way to open up. With a robo, the goal, or what you have access to, is early observer. That is true. Early immortal production if you're being all in, or an early prism to move out and be a little more active on the map. I would imagine we're going to be going for earlier war prism, but we'll keep an eye on Skillous. Meanwhile, Geralt, he's going for a faster Twilight Council into faster Blink into a greater mid-game, as he will gain map control, have a more mobile army with those Blink Stalkers. So my eyes on Skillous to see how he does make use of this robo. If he starts early immortal production, ooh, this could be a 2-base all-in. That's a very fast immortal here for Skillous. And we could try to build up towards like 1 or 2 immortals, move out across the map, and try to break Geralt before Blink comes into play. Blink has just begun. And this immortal is rallied across the map. Like, Skillous, he has no chill. At the same time, Geralt's setting up a proxy. That's going to be a 3rd gate. Double checking. We have 2 gates back at home. Yeah, proxy, 3rd gate across the map. So Geralt, he will have the greater production. He can warp in 3 units at a time. But Skillous, he's pushing. He is already pushing out. Hallucination does confirm the immortal. He knows. Geralt, he knows what's going on. He needs a defensive back at home. We need shield batteries. We need warp-ins. Geralt, he does move out towards this choke point. Or the closest thing to it here on Frostline. And the goal here is a force field. The goal is a force field to buy time. Ooh, he gets caught out there. Trades 1-to-1. 1 Stalker goes down. Better trade for Skillous. Assuming he gets it. Oh, never mind. Geralt does pull away. He has to fall back. There's an extra warp in. Gateways are still finishing up. Leading out that Stalker. The force field does lock down the sentry. Skillous rallying a 2nd immortal across the map. And Blink is about to finish in a couple of seconds. Prism has arrived. Ooh. Did have to cancel though. Warping into depths instead. Does poke forward. The problem is that Geralt is going for Gate Blink. He's got a lot of gateways. He has a lot of stalkers as a result. Again, Geralt threw down an extra gateway here, further back in the main. And the problem for Skillus is that Geralt, he's about to overwhelm with stalkers. He can defend and then he can counterattack. Prism into the mineral line. Geralt is pushing. The goal would be to catch out these immortals. Speaking of, Skillus, miss rally. Yeah, rough miss rally here. Free immortal goes down. Geralt doesn't lose anything. And Skillus, he has to force a recall or force Geralt back home. Here comes that Prism. Geralt pushing out. Catching out those sentries. He's going to get everything here. He gets one. Almost two. Adepts take it into the mineral line. No shield barriers. No shield barriers to defend. And Skillus is being punished so hard here. He will lose everything. There's nothing to hold on to. The boys are being pulled. The final stalker goes down. And Skillus is going to lose everything. At the same time, he's across the map. He's getting some counter damage. But alas, we have defensive warp-ins. Immortal does waddle in. But again, it can be targeted down. Can be and will be. And Geralt's popping off so far in this series. Taking the first game here, he shuts down the Warp Prism. Skillus trying to be overly aggressive this game, but he was punished so hard. Again, Skillus just didn't know that Geralt was going into a 4-gate Blink Stalker. Just punishing the aggression so much. Skillus now down 10 workers. Oh. Does take down another 10 or 18. Going for the Robo. Yeah, Robo also under fire. Oh. Oh. It's once again catching another Immortal. I mean, the reinforcements are delayed. There's no Prism, unfortunately. There's no War Prism. So it takes a little bit longer here for Geralt to reinforce, but he will take down the Immortal nonetheless. The charge will allow Skillus to survive. He's hanging in there. We'll hold on. We'll hold on. Geralt just checking for a third base. He's got his own on the way. Weapons are finally getting across the map. And Skillus, he will survive. He will barely survive. He will hang on. But all of this is just because there's no War Prism. Speaking of, Geralt now taking up towards charge, Robo, Gateway Explosion. Still poking in. And containing. And this is all that Geralt has to do. Just contain Skillus. Just keep him trapped here on 2 bases. He does fall back. And more Warpins on the way. Skill's now building up his second Immortal. Let's go. He's getting there. Likewise, Geralt has to be careful to overextend. He is poking in, but at this point with 2 Immortals, he is being punished. Does have to retreat. Does retreat, does pull away. Oh. So as I pass the army, going for another Immortal. It's a brutal trade here as most of the Stalkers do go down. But it's still worth it. It's still fine. Still does overwhelm Skillus. Takes down most of the army. Resets the Stalk count, the Zealots. Now going for the final Immortal, the final unit here of Skillus. Oh my god, the hot pickup, the control. Skillus, he's holding on. And again, reinforcements take so long to arrive, but Geralt, he's made it. I love how he makes an Immortal before the Prism as well. Just does rally across the map. He has his own Immortal now. Ooh, going for the Prism. Warpins on the way. And with good enough unit control with this Prism, then maybe Skillus can hold on a little bit longer. Does take down the Immortal, massive pickup. efficient trades here by Skilless, at least with what little he has, but I mean, it's still just a numbers game at this point. It should be too much. The Robo goes down, no more immortal production. Bleach on board, takes down the Prism. GG gets called, and Geralt will take a 2-0 lead. GG. Whew. Hard countering, punishing the build of Skilless. As a reminder, Skilless, who went Robo first into Immortal Aggression, just rushed across the map. We saw Geralt, he went for a proxy 3rd gate and a 4th gateway back at home. So we went 4-gate blink, 4-gate blink Stalker. What that meant was that after Geralt was able to defend and he did Hallucination Scout, he saw what was coming, he was able to slow it down and warp it in time. But after the defense of Geralt, he had a massive counterattack ready. He had a massive counterattack, it was brutal, and Skilless just could not recover. He was not ready for it. He invested so heavily into that first immortal push, and it failed. Did fall in its face. GG. GG, well played. Geralt takes a 2-0 lead and is 1 game away from eliminating Skilless from the tournament. Let's go. Let us go. Welcome. Keep up the good work. The glasses, Pepper, glasses. Yes, yes. I mean, again, we've been casting on an almost daily basis for the past like 5 years at this point. We started going full time at the end of 2019, so we've been at it the entire time, and we will continue to be at it as well for as long as we can. But thank you so much, Wiki, especially considering that it's only in the past 6 months, I want to say, that we've been getting a lot more traction. It took a while, took some time, but we have been getting a lot more traction as of the most recent months. So thank you so much. Thank you so much to yourself, to all of our new patrons, to all of our new subscribers. Do appreciate it. Do appreciate it. Gracias. Gracias. And so now getting into game number 3. And spawning in the top right-hand corner of Amygdala, we have our Polish Protoss player leading the series 2-0. It's the best of 5. He needs 1 more. I'm a little bit in shock here, but I expected this to be a close one, not to be so one-sided so early on. And we'll see if he can close it out. As representing Streamer Zone from Lena, Poland, it is Geralt. And spawning in the bottom left-hand corner, we have the red Protoss player. The red Protoss representing Team Liquid, down heavily in the series. We'll see if he can bounce back. It is Skilless. We go. Quack, Pappy, quack. ¿Qué tal? ¿Cómo estás, Getcha? Good to see you. Good to see you. So far, once again, we have a double gate opener out of Skilless, likewise double gate opener out of Geralt as well. This could be everything else. So far, standard openers. This series, we have yet to see any proxies. There's been no pylons, no proxy, no aggression too early on, outside of last game with the Robo opener, of course. We'll see how our players do adjust. Again, we were reminiscing a lot about the early years, just because we recently had to delete all of our older VODs, at least on Twitch, due to the new limitations. And yeah, it was just very, very nostalgic. Very nostalgic, having to go through, and bittersweet, of course, having to delete all the older VODs. But seeing us casting like IEM back in 2020, like the Go by Medicast from Medica cast back in 2019. I had forgotten, but I was pleasantly surprised to see that we were even like the B stream for some of Wardy's events back in 2020 as well. This was like even before we were too big and too large. So yeah, it was really cool to see that. It's been quite some time. A lot of events, a lot of tournaments, a lot of casts. Yeah, let's go. Here's the 7,000 more hours of casting StarCraft. True. Let's go. We'll do it all again. As this time, still no proxy. No proxy, by the way. We're going to be expanding, taking our natural bases. Skilless going for his tech of choice, going for a Twilight Council. So far, both players are mirroring each other. Geralt is being a little bit more active, a little bit more aggressive with these adepts, but for the most part, Skilless, he is keeping up and will force them back. So after a aggressive and dynamic start from Skillus in the last game, we're calming things down, we're playing more standard, and welcome one and all to Amygdala. Amygdala is one of the larger maps in the map pool, one of the more Mac-oriented maps as well. I wouldn't be surprised if we get a similar game state to Game 1 on Gressvan, with our players settling into a 2, 3, and 4 base economy is what we're leading towards. Geralt is trying to get a read on what's going on. So far, both players scanning each other with their hallucinations. Again, that's the power of the early Sentry openers, is just non-stop hallucination scouts to make sure that there's no shenanigans, no gateway explosion, no hidden tech. Everything looking normal. Skillus is getting a proxy pylon, and this should just be for a gateway to reinforce across the map to harass. Doubt we're going to be hiding any tech, and Geralt, he will find it, and he will shut it down. Nice scout there by Geralt, that takes a third base behind this. Skillus is going to be a little bit later, but should be taking his own third as well. Oh, okay. We have a third gate on the way, going for a Forge, 3-gate Blink into third base. Likewise, Geralt with a very similar setup, and just like game number 1, early Immortal production. If you recall, in game 1, both players went into, you know, their maxed out armies. They both got into 4-base economies, but Skillus did continue and did stick with a very gateway heavy and gateway centric composition of Stalker Zealot. He never made any Immortals, he never made any Archons in game 1. Whereas Geralt, he was the one that was mixing it up and was having a more diverse and complex army instead, with Archons, with Immortals, with Dark Templar, did have more success as a result, and we could be headed in a similar direction. My eyes are going to be on Skillus to see if he does tech up. See how he does approach this. So far, charge on the way, should be the case with both players. Charge initially for Skillus. Geralt, he moves out with that first Immortal. He has the timing. This is similar here in concept to game 2. We have the early Immortal. Does move in as the back run to the army. Stalkers have to blink back. Nice force fields. The Immortal is not a factor. Yeah, he's zoned away. Skillus buying time. Force fields are running out. Oh. Geralt, he has to be careful. Does swing away. Does swing forward, actually. Oh my god. Does that forward, takes down the Stalkers, does punish Skillus, and the base is under fire. The Immortal did get low, and Geralt doesn't risk it. He doesn't risk it. Oh. Going for the fight. Immortal pulls away. Nice control. Immortal pulls back. I love that the Immortal started racing back ahead of time. Oh no, it's gonna go down. Does fall. And Skillus holds. Skillus, he holds on. Look at the units lost tab here. Skillus, he lost 4 Stalkers and 3 Sentries for an Immortal, 2 Sentries and 2 Adepts. In that, it was a better trade for Geralt. Was a better trade, cost-wise. Back at home, building up more Immortals. Skillus is taking, though, for the first time this series, Templar Archives. Templar Archives here for Archons. So is getting to charge our Archon, is skipping Immortals, but still at least embracing Archon production. He does spot the army. Does spot the main army. Goes for counterattack. Will shuts down the Immortal. Very nice pickup. Ooh, and Geralt, he's racing back home. He's out of position. He's racing back. Does turn back around. Geralt, he does hold on. Did cost him an Immortal. Skillus going for his own. It's almost like he was testing the waters here against Geralt in this series. Now it's playing some StarCraft. Let's go. into Amygdala. Geralt is the first to expand, getting a 4th base. Skilla shouldn't be too far behind him. Just building up that Archon count. Geralt's going for the Dark Shrine. Dark Shrine's on the way. Geralt moving in. And now Geralt, without Archons, it can be difficult to break this position. Likewise, barely does miss the Immortals. That would have been huge. So I'll say peel up into the mineral line. Diving the Archons. Archons, they tank 3 volleys. 1 Archon goes down. But Geralt, he has to back off. There are just too many Zealots. I did mention this, without Archons, he's vulnerable, and the Immortal is going to go down. Yeah, better fight for Skillas. Shuts down the Prism. Prism goes down as well. And Geralt, he's in trouble. Geralt, he's in a lot of trouble here. Forced to trade. Has to pull away, racing back home. Skillas, he doesn't commit. Geralt, he does have the better economy, but he needs time for warp-ins. And he's now stuck on purely Zealot Stalker. And again, without Archons, without that splash damage, it's difficult to deal with all these Zealots. Speaking of, Zealots, they crash in. More Zealots on the way. We have some Dark Templar, but there's detection. Yeah, plenty of detection. Skillas, he's breaking through. He overwhelms. He has just a more cost-efficient army. He gets some of the Stalkers, and the Zealots, they overwhelm. Alas, the Archons, they try to morph in, but they focus out immediately. And Geralt just can't keep up. He cannot keep up. Not anymore. Being forced back into the mineral line. Probe's going to be falling to the splash damage of the Archons. Yeah, Skillas, he's pinned. Sorry, Geralt, he's pinned back. Skillas, he can just keep going. Keep reinforcing. He has the Warp Prism. Let's go to code. It takes down the mineral line. 20 probes fall. And Geralt, he has nothing left. Did have momentum in this series, but now that is stripped away as Skillas, he fights back. GG gets called. Skillas puts a point on the board. GG. Does fight back. And with that, we do not get a 3-0. Thankfully, there's no 3-0s. Not here. Not in this series. As against Skillas, he was able to catch out Geralt early on. More importantly, Skillas, he was able to reset the Immortal count time and time again. He was able to snipe, I want to say, 3 Immortals in the lead up to that final push. He was able to get the Immortal that was being more defensive. Sorry, he was able to catch an Immortal in the center of the map. Likewise, get an Immortal defensively back at home. And catch an Immortal on the left-hand side with those Zealots as well. So with that, he just crippled the army of Geralt. And overwhelmed. And now we're getting to game number 4. And spawning in the bottom right-hand corner of Whispers of Gold, we have the Polish Protoss player, the Blue Protoss, representing Streamer Zone. Still 1 game away from claiming this series and advancing on into the next round. Can he do it? Can he pull it off? It is Geralt. And spawning in the top left-hand corner, we have his opponent. We have the Red Protoss player, the Red Protoss representing Team Liquid, down in the series, but he has begun the comeback, and he forced the ace match. It is Skillas. It's always difficult recovering from such a deficit, a 2-0 deficit as well, in a best of 5. Not impossible. Not impossible. Skillas, I'm sure he's reinvigorated, he's ready to go. Bring us to the ace back, all the way. And again, so far we haven't had any proxies, no cheese, no even fake pylons either. We're loading into Whispers of Gold. It is a rush map, very small map. Short rush distance by ground. Known for aggression. We'll see if anyone takes the bait. See if anyone does embrace that. So far, both players are cutting each other's pylons. 2 pylons in the main for Skillus, likewise 2 pylons in the main base for Geralt. So far, so good. No proxy. Geralt here locks down the probe, does wall it in. We have a double stalker out of Geralt, likewise double stalker out of Skillus. Oh, double stalker. Going for a more aggressive start. And Skillus is forced to recall. Does save the probe. Likewise across the map. Denies the pylon. Can soon expand. Both players can. Ooh, but Geralt, he will go for a faster Stargate before expanding. Interesting. Stargate is on the way. This should be an Oracle-based opener. Now the pressure is going to be on Geralt to get some damage done. To deal some economic damage, as he is delaying his expansion in favor of the Stargate. He's building up. Skill supplying pressure. Does move out. Geralt, he's across the map with his adepts, so he's gonna have that much less to defend. Going for a Void Ray. Okay, I mean, he's forced to. Void Ray's on the way. The base taking a lot of hits, a lot of damage. Gonna be reinforcing. And already early on, Geralt, he's in a bit of trouble here. Does shade across with this. He does not get in. He does get into the main base. Likewise, base taking a lot of damage. Void Ray is on the way. There's that sentry with a force field. He can force you with the ramp. Oh. He can. Doesn't quite get it though. Does pull away. He's got a shield. Sentry does fall. And Geralt holds. Geralt, he does hold on. But he had to open up with that Void Ray instead. No Oracle, no harass. He's moving out. Adepts they get cleaned up, they don't get anything across the map, and Geralt, he's in a rough position here. Again, this Void Ray, it was a bit of a waste. I'm gonna say a waste. Without it, he would have died, true. he would have lost the expansion. So Geralt does hold at least. But the problem is that now Skillus knows there's a Stargate. Now he knows there's a Stargate, now he knows to prepare. There's a shield battery in the main. Likewise, Stalker's here on the right-hand side at the natural. It's going to be difficult for either the Void Ray or the Oracle to get any damage done. So the pressure is on Geralt. Especially because Blink is almost complete here for Skillus. He has a massive lead when it comes to that upgrade. Blink just now beginning here for Geralt. Just now begins. Oh. Does dip in. Going for the stasis. Stasis is going to connect. Oh, no pad. Gets 4. Does get 4 workers. At the same time, it eps towards that natural. Second stasis. Gets 1 more. And we do come into the shade. I mean, again, there's a lot of pressure on Geralt to get some damage, and so far he is doing it. Does my mining time. But it's being cleaned up. Yeah, Blink is now done. Skillus, he goes for a counterattack. The Void Ray is not going to be at home. Stasis! Ooh, mass stasis! Does connect! Very nice. Cashes out half the mineral line. But back at home, what is it to defend? Geralt takes a third base. He has less Stalkers, but he does have the stasis. True. Oh! And does catch a free Stalker. Almost. Skillus pulls away. It's 14 Stalkers to 9, but last a lot of the Stalkers are back at home. Skillus, he does hold on. Here's Dark Shrine. Going for DTs. Thankfully, there is an observer for Skillus. He won't get caught out. There's still potential. Geralt is sharking around. Both players are taking the same direction. Geralt has taken a worker lead thanks to all the Oracle harass. He was successful. I didn't think he would be, just because he had to reveal his hand, but did well for himself. Killing workers with adepts, stasis into the main, has allowed Geralt to recover. And the upgrades are neck and neck, at least for charge. There's a small window where skills will have +1 over Geralt, but it's a very small window. For the most part, things are still pretty even. Geralt breaks in, gets a Stalker, pulls away. Does pull back, does rotate. And once again, skills he's taking up towards Archons. Temple Archives, Immortal Production. Geralt instead going for something more gateway heavy. Just distracting Skillus. DT's on left. There is a cannon on the way. Thanks to that cannon skills, he should be able to maintain himself. That's Geralt getting ready for a surround. Okay. Warping in behind the army. Oh, doesn't quite catch him though. Doesn't quite catch him out. Archon's now morphing in for skills, but they're a little bit late. They're not ready. They're barely not ready. Stalkers, they dive in. Geralt, he doesn't quite have enough to break through though. Yeah, not enough. The Archons do finish, and Skills holds. Skills, he does hold on. And this is similar to the last game where Skills is just going to be outscaling Geralt. We saw this on Amygdala, where Geralt, he's stuck on a more lower tier army, a cheap army. He's being forced back. Void Ray dives in. I just worry that when Skills pushes, he can't be stopped. He's moving out. Go behind this. Okay, stasis traps. The traps are set. Morphs in a couple of his own Archons. We have the Robo now on the way for Geralt. Just now for the first time. Stasis gets baited. Skills he notices. Ready to move in. We can use stab here. We do see Geralt, he has more Zealots, more Stalkers. Skills, he's got the Archons and the Immortals. Does break through. Baits out another stasis. There's one left. One stasis remaining. Skills being so careful with how he engages. Just being so careful here. And oh, decent stasis though. Stasis does go off, shuts down the Zealots. Despite that, the Archons, they break through. They shut down the Zealots of Geralt. Geralt, he gets one. Takes down 1, 2, up to 3 Archons. Not bad. But Skills is still gaining ground, still has a greater concave. Resets the Archon count. And now it's all about the Stalkers. Now it's all about the Stalker stasis. The stasis runs out. So they dive on top of the Stalkers here. And Geralt, he's being broken. He's being forced all the way back. I say that does reinforce us in time. There's no Archons left. Geralt, he's holding on. He's holding. It's still so difficult to break that Immortal line though. There's still 2 Immortals left. Archons are on the way. That's the one thing that Skills is missing. Yeah, he knows. Does morph in. So close to breaking Geralt. The Archons, they come back online. Zealots, they fall back. They force out splash damage. Zealots, they go down for Geralt. Skills trading more efficiently. At the same time as ETs, they get across the map. The base goes down. Yeah, skills, you just keep going. You just keep pushing. These immortals have been there the entire fight. Still breaking through. Past the base. Now they can just go for the third. Oh, Geralt, he has his own immortal. DT's warping in as well. But despite that, skills, he has done it. Yes, surrounds the Archons. Blinks on forward. The immortals are exposed, but the Archons, yep, they do protect. Nice repositioning from Skillus. Will protect his forces. Will lose one Archon, but takes down the other two. And Skills has done it. Skills, he has done. I mean, he broke the fourth base earlier. Now he's getting on top of the third. GG gets called, and Skilus, very meticulous move out there. Very meticulous control when it comes to his army. He was able to break the defenses, and with that, we are going to the ace match. GG. GG, well played. Very similar kind of setup there to Amygdala is what I will say, where once again, Geralt, he was stuck on Worst Army, he was stuck on Mass Stalker Zealot. We saw that he was trying to be aggressive with it, he was trying to gain some kind of value by being active on the map, but the defenses were a little bit too strong there for Skillus. Skillus, he wasn't skipping out on that tech, he was able to warp in Archons just in time, and then bam, he was able to be triggered into that counterattack, and alas, Geralt, he had nothing to defend, or not enough to hold on. Not against Skillus. GG. GG, well played. That leads us into the ace match, into game 5. And we'll see how this story ends, as we are loading into ley lines. And again, it was an impressive start out of Geralt. He was up 2-0 in the series, but now he's forced all the way to game 5, and we'll see how this story ends, as spawning in the bottom left-hand corner, we have our Polish Protoss player, the Blue Protoss, being forced into the ace match from a 2-0 lead. Can he bring it back? It is Geralt. And spawning in the top right-hand corner, we have the red Protoss player representing Team Liquid, coming back from the brink of defeat, and he has brought it all the way to the ace match. Can he keep going? It is Skillus. Go. Again, for the past 2 games, just focusing on just a higher quality army, just teching up, just absorbing the early blows of Geralt before counterattacking. So far, has done quite well for himself. Geralt, he clearly does need to mix things up here. He has to change his current approach. Being overly aggressive with gateway units and trying to break skills early on, it's not working. It's not working. Not here. But now we have a 2-gate opener from both sides, once again. 2 gateways for Skillus, likewise 2 gateways for Geralt. We have no proxies being set up either, so no shenanigans. Not early on. There's that second pylon for both players. Both Geralt and Skillus. So I'm just stretching. We're good. We are good. So from here, we're just going to be expanding. Again, there's no proxy. We're looking for any earlier tech, like an earlier Stargate, or a Twilight Council, or a Robo. Likewise, we have our first units of choice, Stalker Sentry out of Geralt, Stalker Sentry out of Skillus. So very macro-based openers. We mentioned this before, but the reason why Sentry openers are so common, especially for a more macro setup, is because of the hallucinations and because of the NG overcharge. With that, you have so many hallucinations in the early game, and it's all about scouting, making sure that your opponent has nothing crazy going on, making sure you're able to respond to anything your opponent whips out. Because of this in PvP, it's very difficult to actually hide tech. Not impossible, but very difficult. And why often we see if we do hide a Dark Shrine, for example, it's a proxy across the map to try to make sure that the hallucination does not see it. As we have non-stop hallucination scouts. Oh, they just keep going. We just keep going. Dipping further into the main. Further in. Once again, both players working into a Twilight Council. Blink is on the way. Very neck and neck here for Geralt and Skillus. And we're looking for any kind of big sign of deviation. We have Geralt going for his third gateway. So already a little bit more aggressive here from our blue Protoss. Oh, setting up a proxy gateway. Oh, sorry, a proxy pylon. And this could be 4-gate blink. You know, a third gateway back at home. And that's, yep, there's the 4th gateway. So 4-gate blink out of Geralt. Hyper aggression. So Geralt, our blue Protoss, is going to be the aggressor. Skillus is expanding. Oh boy. So Skillus is going to be stuck on a 2-gate setup, so he can warp in 2 Stalkers at a time, as opposed to the 4 Stalkers at a time of Geralt. Skillus is being active here to keep Geralt busy, to keep him pinned back, but the reality is that is a 5th gateway. This is a 2-base all-in. Getting up to 5 gates, we could even throw down a 6th gateway as well. This is insanely aggressive. Geralt is going to be pushing. And Skillus is going to be in a bit of trouble here. He has to race back home. Skillus, he does scout. The proxy is aware. Yeah, big moment here for Skillus. And Geralt has to fight for it. He has to fight for that proxy. I'm not sure if he can. Geralt needs more time. Pylon's going to be depowered. Nice force field, zoning him away. Pylon goes down. And with that, there's no reinforcements. Yeah, Geralt is being shot down. Back at home, he does expand. But the plan's here to go for an aggressive blink, build even. I was going to say all in, but not quite. Not quite here. Not anymore. Backup pylon on the way. Oh, going for a Dark Shrine. Went behind. Dark Shrine. Let's go. Another hallucination. Hallucination comes in and Skillus, he should see everything. He should, and he will. Yeah, he gets eyes on the Dark Shrine. He knows what's going on. It won't catch him off guard. Geralt, he does repower that gateway. There he is, warping in 4 Stalkers at a time. But last, I mean, his army is smaller. It's too late. Now there's an Immortal. Skillus, he can take this fight. Shuts down the sentries, going for the Stalkers. Force fields, they complicate things. Has to pull away. Has to pull back, but Skillus, he's all over this. He has a better economy. He has a larger army. Notices once again the Warpin's on the way. Oh my god, the force field is brutal. The Cell Stage do nothing. Forced to recall. 3 Zealots escape. Skillus, he peels away. Getting ready for the rotation. And so far, Skillus, he's just all over this. He's all over this. Higher probe count, faster 3rd base. Building of Immortals, Stalkers, now into Zealot +1. And Geralt, he's going to double down. I mean, his Dark Shrine got scouted, but now he's going into Shadow Stride, into Blink. Blink for the Dark Templar. I mean, it makes sense, just because Geralt needs something to recover in this game, and DTs are always a way to do it. Even if there are cannons, and there are cannons on the way, DTs, they can blink forward. They can blink forward, they can dive on top of the cannons, they can focus them down. Well, 4th base is denied. Skillus. fighting position. Geralt, he is holding on. Leaving out a couple of stalkers. Skills, he does decide to push forward here. Now, based on all these zealots, without an Archon, it's going to be difficult for Skills, but he has his own zealots on the way. Prism has arrived to reinforce. Geralt is up against the wall. Going for a DT counterattack against cannons. And there aren't that many Dark Templar. One for each base. Cannons, they defend. No cannon in the main. Okay. Going for the production. Same time, Geralt pushing forward. Does try to get on top of that Immortal. And he can target it down. So far, decent trades here from Geralt. Takes down the Immortal. But last, he will lose the mineral line. I mean, probes are going down. Reinforcements still on the way. And it's just a numbers game at this point. Skills just has far too much. It was just a really rough start for Geralt. As a reminder, Geralt, what did he do? He went 5k blink at the start of the game on 2 bases. It was crazy. And he got scattered. His proxy got denied. And he just never got to be aggressive the way that he wanted. And he did fall behind from that moment. And that led into this. That led into this game state. Skills with a massive lead, with a massive army supply lead. Takes down the first mineral line, going for a second. Geralt, he just cannot keep up. Not anymore. He's trying to. Warps in more zealots. Against how many? Against 24 stalkers. DTs, they applied some pressure, but nowhere near enough. Coming in for a flank, DT goes down. There is detection. There's the observer. And Skills just cannot be dealt with. And again, Geralt, he had a great series here. He had a 2-0 lead. Things are looking good. But Skills, he tightened things up. Did respect Geralt coming into Game 3 and Game 4, and even here into Game 5 as well. GG gets called. Skills, he will bounce back. The reverse sweep is real. And Skills will take the series 3-2. GG. GG, well played. Very impressive play here by Skills to bring it all the way back again. He was up against the wall. He was at the brink of defeat, but alas, he said no. He was able to recover, able to bounce back in this series, win 3 games in a row. With that, Skills will advance on into the next round. GG. GG, well played. He will advance on, and my condolences to Geralt as he is knocked out of the tournament, but he played so well in this series, did so well making it as far as he did in this tournament as well. So I do hope the best, or do wish the best here to Geralt when it comes to future events. I mean, again, he's a regular when it comes to online tournaments, and he is definitely one to keep an eye on coming into 2025. So GG, well played. He is out, and we have our next lower bracket match ready for us. Up next, we have not a PvP, but a PvZ between Hero and Solar. Let's go. Again, Hero, he was barely knocked down to the lower bracket by MaxPax. MaxPax did defeat Hero 3-2. Likewise, Solar also has got knocked out early on in the bracket. He's been fighting his way all the way back from that lower bracket. It's not been an easy performance here from Solar. Yeah, he's made it. He's made it through Cristiano, Nicarat. He made it through Shin as well. Solo took down Rebellion, took down Lemon from... Yeah, he's played so many matches. Almost more than any other player here through that lower bracket. But now he's up against Hero of all players. Oh boy. Now, Sola, he has been struggling in PvZ. I will say that. Sola, he has been struggling. We've seen Sola lose to players like Jumi, lose to players like Geralt as well. PvZ does seem to be his weak point at the moment. I mean, it seems to be the weak point for a lot of Zerg players at the moment, to be fair. So we'll see if Sola can overcome that. Hero is the best Protoss in South Korea, one of the best Protoss players in the world, so it's going to be a tough one to bring down, but I'm sure Solar, he has something ready, has something planned for Hero. Let's go. So we're jumping into Game 1. We're loading into Frostline. Frost Sign, I'll be honest, I'm a little bit surprised this made it through the veto process. We'll get into it though, as spawning in the bottom left-hand corner of Frost Sign, we have the South Korean Zerg player, the Blue Zerg, representing Team Falcons. It is Solar. And spawning in the top right-hand corner, we have the Red Protoss player, representing Weibo Gaming, WBG. It is Hero. We go. So we jump into our second best of 5, and welcome one and all to Frostline. Frostline is one of the more vetoed maps in this matchup. The reasoning for this is, as we did try to mention in the previous PvP, the third and fourth bases are very difficult to defend against all-ins. They're very difficult to defend against, they're very difficult to hold on to. We have seen many a Protoss player, including Hero, attempt and struggle and fail to defend these fringe bases. Now, the reasoning for this, one, the map is somewhat large, that is true, so the rush distance by ground is a little bit longer, but these bases, the third and fourth base, are just so open. They're so accessible. You can see here 2 massive wide ramps coming into it. So imagine trying to force field, trying to get your own defensive concave going. It's difficult, if not impossible, to do so on certain locations on Frostline. Same even here towards the south side. Also a very large ramp, very wide ramp, very large entry point. Makes it easier for the aggressing player to get on top of the ramp, to get on top of the high ground, and to make use of their greater arc and concave onto the expansion. Hero's solution to this has been to rely quite heavily on cannons and shield batteries. We have seen early on 3 and 4 bases, just like a plethora of site defense thrown down for Hero, but even then it's been difficult to survive and difficult to defend. Assuming that we can make it that far in the game, assuming that Solar does go for something like a 3-base all-in, doesn't have to move out early on, but he can move out off of 3-base saturation, 4th base just for larva, and we've seen a lot of success with that more aggressive style. Hero, meanwhile, save the opener. We'll see if he does try to be aggressive himself. True. We shall see. Likewise, you can also push in through the center and wedge yourself in between all the bases as well. There's a lot of avenues of attack. We do have our tech of choice. It's going to be a Stargate opener out of Hero. So nothing too crazy yet. Stargate opener into, I would imagine, an Oracle. Voider openers are also viable, so we'll keep an eye on Hero. Based on the rally, should be the Oracle though, and with that Stargate finishing, we have our first unit of choice. There it is. Oracle is on the way. Oracle's in production. Double adept in between the bases. Hero looking for a way in. Doesn't quite find it. Not yet. He pokes, he prods, he denies creep. It's all about maintaining map control and keeping an eye on the gases. Make sure that Solar isn't taking up in any kind of crazy direction. When it comes to Solar style, Solar, he's a lot more standard. He does go for all-ins, whether it's 2-base all-ins or 3-base all-ins, but he doesn't go for any kind of quirky tech or quirky styles. He can be aggressive, that's true, but even then, it's a little bit more vanilla. Out of all the other Korean Zerg players, Solar, he is the least aggressive, I would say, compared to Shin, Dark, Rogue. Solar a lot more Mac-oriented so far. Nice damage on the Oracle. Oracle takes a lot of hits. Whereas the Oracle takes a lot of hull damage there. Does get 2 drones, but does take a lot of damage. Has to pull off, has to pull away. This Hero does keep pushing in, going for a triple Oracle opener. Into his 3rd base, into Fortune Twilight Council. There should be plus on a blink. So far, save the opener. Catching up the drone. Does get a couple workers, 2 more drones going down. I mean, this is slowly adding up over time, so nice damage here from Hero. Even supply blocking Solar. Both the depths are saved. And we're waiting for that tech of choice. As we do catch a lot of Lings, actually. Lings do full. Behind this, we have our tech of choice. Going to be an Evo Chamber. Early Evo Chamber leads into +1 melee. There it is. +1 melee is on the way. So this should be melee into Hydras. Looks like Solar is skipping Roaches. And the question becomes, does Solar drone up his 4th? That's my big question. I mentioned before that 3 base all-ins are very trendy, very popular on Frostline. And they have been very effective as well. So we'll see if Solar does embrace that as well. For now, taking his gases, droning up. Lair is on the way. We do have our Baliness in production. With that lair, that should lead into a Hydra production. Solar's droning up at the same time as they shade in. They shade in, they get caught out. Nice round here by Solar. He does punish those adepts. Here he is taking up, going for his own Temple Archives, taking his gases. This is going to be for Storm. Storm and Archons. Should be ideal against the Ling Hydra of Solar. Speaking of, Lair is just now finishing. Hydrogen can now be on the way. There it is. We have our take of choice. Now, Solar, he is droning up to 70, which is a solid drone count. And from here, he should now be focusing on purely Ling Hydra production. Now, the big signs of whether or not he's going to be taking is an infestation pit. So we'll keep our eyes open for the pit. Otherwise, he's just going to commit into Ling Hydra. Hydra range going to be on the way. +1 range as well. Stasis. Ooh, doesn't quite connect. It's only 1. Hero going for his gateway explosion. He's building up his own forces. Throws down some cannons. We spoke about this, but that is Hero's answer to the problem that is Frostline, is just a wall of cannons and shield batteries. Just rely a lot more heavily here on site defense. Otherwise, it's so difficult to hold on. Yep, cannons here at the natural as well. This is what you have to do. This is very specific to this map. On other maps, you can get away with skipping out, but yep, just more cannons, more shield batteries. Stasis traps as well. This may seem like a little bit overkill, but again, on Frostline, without this, you do not hold. Like, you do not survive. So we should be seeing cannons and shield batteries here as well, and we should just be fully turtling up. Speaking of turtling, Fleet Beacon's on the way for Skytoss, so Hero, his intention is to be hyper defensive. Meanwhile, Solar does drone up to 77, a solid drone count, but do you see what I see? It's about what we don't see. What did I mention before? No infestation pit. No infestation pit, no hive. This is a lair tech all-in. Solar, he's maxing out, getting up to 200 supply of purely Lingbane Hydra on lair tech. This needs to do critical damage. If this doesn't, he will fall behind as he has no hive. Lings, they go for the High Templar. They get 1. Massive pickoff. Bailey's rolling in as well. Back down. Oh, 3 High Templar get caught out. Massive pickoffs. Yeah, here he'll lose 3 High Templar. That would have been 3 storms. And every storm is so crucial. And you can see that despite all this side defense, despite all these cannons, we can still push in between the bases. Again, that's also what makes Frostline so difficult, is you just have so many angles of attack, so many rotations for the aggressing player. Hydra starts stepping in, takes down 2 oracles, and here he's being broken. He's being broken. We have a couple of zoning storms. Hero is in so much trouble. Bailings, they peel up. Oh, the cannons do defend. Cannons, they do their job. So our cannons are pulling this up. Mothership's on the way. Better storm towards the end. Better storm. Solar does rotate. Bailings towards the mineral line. There is a stasis. Does catch out the Bailings. Bailings are caught. Hero, he's holding. Solar, he rotates towards the right side though. Ooh, gets into the mineral line. Storms are moving forward. Decent storms. Decent storms. Mining is denied. The leagues are flooding in. No more storms. No more High Templar. Again, those Bailings earlier were brutal, and we have the better CranKy for Solar. Solar, he's doing it. Solar, he's doing it. He breaks the expansion. Takes down the mineral line. And once again, we see a Protoss attempt and fail to defend on this map, on Frostline. It's a hard thing to do. it's very difficult. As Bailings, they bust into the mineral line. It's going to be 25 probes going down. And Hero has been broken. He has been broken. Solar shuts down the 4th. Moving in towards the 3rd. High Templar are exposed. Ooh, Bailey doesn't get them. Mothership has arrived. Let's go. With the Mothership, no detection. That's 0 detection. Hero, he survives at least for now. But again, like, he lost so much in the process. In a sense, Hero's all in. Like, Hero, he cannot back off and recover from this point. But it's damned if you do, damned if you don't. If he goes back home, he's going to be overwhelmed. If he attacks, also going to be overwhelmed. Solar, he did do enough damage. Meanwhile, yo, shout out to Password. Ga, papi, ga. ¿Qué tal? ¿Cómo estás? Bienvenidos. Bienvenidos. Hope you're doing well for yourself. Hope you're doing well. Things they poke in. Here he's holding on. He does have a 7 High Templar behind this. 6 even. Yeah, 7. Speaking of the High Templar, they're getting exposed. 1 High Templar goes down. Storm takes zone away. Series holding on to it. He's regaining control of his 4th. Okay. Yo, can Hero recover? I mean, with all these storms, with the Mothership potentially, but Solar, he's already maxed. He's already maxed out. He's remaxed, I should say. You see him getting ready for a flank. Ling Bane coming in from behind. He wants those High Templar. Does roll in. Nice storms. High Templar, they survive. 1 Bailey connects. Ooh, another storm on the Hydras. And another. Yeah, storms, they just keep stacking. Another storm here on the main army. And Solar, he just takes the storms to the face. He breaks through. Hunts down the Mothership. Goes on top of the High Templar as well. And once again, it wasn't a pretty fight here for Solar, but he has broken the main force. Now only Stalkers remain. Oh, I say that. Solar, he's running out of steam. Running out of units. Yeah, he has 20 more Lings on the way. He's still waiting for his reinforcements, just rallying across the map. He's rallying across. That's Hero. So every time we move in, somehow there's always like 3 High Templar. He's ready. He's got the storms. I mean, they help, don't get me wrong. But still not quite enough. Does catch the High Templar once again. Breaks through the main army. And there's only so much that Hero can do. It was impressive that they survived this long, but GG gets called, and Solar, he takes game number 1. Whew. GG. GG, well played. I'll be honest, I think I've seen a Protoss survive this kind of aggression on Frostline maybe once. I think I have, I was gonna say, technically I've seen Hero win on Frostline, but I've seen him win with all-ins, like where Hero goes like 8th gate all-in with a proxy across the map sort of thing. But trying to be defensive and trying to get into the mid-game, Hero on Frostline is just, I mean, just to emphasize what we mentioned at the start of the game, just really difficult, just really, really difficult to pull off. Without your own counterattacks or aggression to try to buy time and force the Zerg player back home. It's just very difficult here on this map. And with that, Solar takes the lead. So let us take lead, and now we are loading into our next game, loading into Abyssal Reef. Let's go. Here is Dead Sag. I mean, again, Solo was favored on Frostline. Coming into Abyssal Reef, it is the opposite. The opposite is true. But now we're getting into our next game, into our next map, and spawning in the top left-hand corner of Abyssal Reef, we have the South Korean Protoss player, the Blue Protoss, representing Weibo Gaming down in the series. We'll see if he can bounce back. It is Hero. And spawning in the bottom right-hand corner, we have his opponents. We have the red Zerg player representing Team Falcons. It is Solar. The series 1-0. Now, this is almost a polar opposite of Frostline. Where on Frostline, it is so difficult to defend your 3rd and 4th base. Here on Abyssal Reef, it is so easy to defend on 3, 4, and 5 bases. It's a really interesting map pool that we do have, where honestly the maps are so extreme that they do impact the game very heavily. The games and the maps and the the games and the builds and the play styles of players are kind of impacted by the maps quite heavily this season, just because of the extremes that we have, like Frostline, El Dorado, Abyssal Reef, Neon Violet Square, King's Cove. Like, all these maps have these more kind of extreme and obvious features that do dictate how we play things out. Now, coming to Abyssal Reef, again, just a very narrow choke point coming in towards the expansion, so very defendable here at the natural. Likewise, the 3rd base also very defendable. You can attack from the left-hand side, but it's a very awkward kind of attack path here towards that 3rd. The 4th base is protected by these rocks, by this weird kind of like snaking attack path as well. And because of this, you can quite easily take your 3rd base, take your 4th, and even take your 5th base. All 3 of these expansions are very centralized, very close to each other. Doesn't take long at all to rotate between them, to defend with them as well, and to max out. So very often we get the late game here on Abyssal Reef, as you can max out, you can cut the base in half, so you cut the map in half, and embrace a longer game. Just to reiterate what we always say, the 6th base is more exposed, this base on the right or this base towards the left-hand side, so the 6th base can be more difficult to expand to, but that's in a late game scenario. And we might get there. We might get there. We'll see. But because this map is so defendable, I do favor Hero, I do favor Protoss here on Abyssal Reef to be able to max out on Skytoss and to be able to overwhelm their Zerg opponents. I'm curious to see how Solo will approach this. We have seen, speaking of late games, that is not what we're getting. Hero, he opens up with a Twilight Council, so throw what I said out the window. I mean, it's applicable, yes, but not to this game, because I'm like, oh, you can defend on 3, 4, 5 bases, you can expand, you can turtle up, you can play Skytoss. No. Twilight Council opener. Twilight Council opener out of Hero. With this, we can go for one of 2 things, either glaives or DTs. Right now, my eyes are on the gases, and there it is. He pulls out a gas. He pulls out a gas. We have 2 workers in this gas. We have 2 in this, which means glaives. Glaives is going to be on the way here for Hero, and there it is being researched. So this is going to be 4 Gate Glaive Adepts. This is not an all-in, but this is designed to give Hero a lead and get economic damage done across the map. Now, I'll be honest, I'm not too fond of this idea on Abyssal Reef. I mentioned before that this map has certain strengths, and I do like leaning into those strengths a little bit more so. I guess that's why Hero is going for this. Because this map is known for being hyper-defensive and being very macro-oriented, his goal is to try to catch Solar being greedy. If Solar skips his Roach Warren, if Solar drones up too much, then Hero can catch Solar with his pants down. So I imagine that's the rationale here for Hero. Because the map is known for greed and known for cutting corners, may as well try to punish that greed. But the reality is that there's a reason why we see a lot of greed on this map, is because it is easier to defend. Likewise, Overlord does get in, Overlord gets a full scout. Does come from the Twilight Council. Does confirm. As Hero does move out. And Solar back at home, he is trying to secure himself. Thankfully going for, I mean, he throws down the Roach one. He does see everything in the main, so he knows what's going on. Is setting up. Now setting up. Here it does expand. Did we go for the... Oh, sorry, my apologies. I assumed this was 4 gate glaives. My apologies. No robo. No robo, 3 gate glaives instead. This is a macro variation of this build, and I'm a little bit surprised to see Hero do this. This is a build that was popularized among the European Protoss players. I want to say the Strange started this build, and then it kind of caught on amongst the other Protosses in Europe. This is a rare sight here for Hero, though. Okay, let's go. Macro glaives. So my apologies. So basically, with 3 gateways without a robo, you can afford an expansion. Without the robo, you can afford a faster third base. So this is a much faster third than you would otherwise get in 4 gate glaives. Adepts are shaded into the main, but Roaches are in position. Roaches are ready. Adepts are being targeted down. Down to 3, down to 2, down to 1, down to 0. And that was how many? That was 12 adepts for 6 drones. That was not worth it for Hero. And now it's time to counterattack. And Solar, he is not droning. He's massing Lings, massing Roaches. He's going for a massive push across the map. And Hero, he is in trouble. He is in trouble here. On the one hand, yes, this was a macro build. This was a more macro variation of glaives. But despite that, I mean, Solar just has so much to work with. And Solar, he's not droning. He's still not making any workers. He has 33 drones back at home. Adepts shade in. They kill the 1 drone. This is a sign. This is a tell. Here he needs to recognize what's going on. He's like, hold up. Something's wrong. Like, hold up. Where are your workers? Where's your saturation? We have cannons and shield batteries finishing up. Lings coming from behind. They slip into the main. Not too many of them. But they are slipping in. As Hero's buying time with those force fields. Very nicely done. At the same time, boys are being pulled. Probes are going down in the main. But only 2. Only 2 probe kills. Gateway goes down, but Hero, he's holding. Yeah, he's holding on. Cleans up the Lings. Oh, nice positioning. Denying mining time. Ravagers are available. Solar pushing in. Hitting some of the cannons. First cannon goes down. And here, can he survive this? Does have a couple of immortals. Oh, files they connect. They get the final cannon. Mining still being denied. Ravager still here on the other side of the wall. They're trying to keep up. Trying to hold on. And he will chase down these Ravagers. He will hold. Okay. So here he survives for now, but what's important here, Solar, no drones. He's still not droning. He goes from the initial all-in into a second wave, into a second all-in. It's all or nothing for Solar. The longer this goes on, the better it is for Hero. Solar, he wants to end it. Knocking down those rocks. He's going to be moving in. Can he break through this defensive line? He's pushing into 2 immortals. Sorry, 3 immortals even. 3 immortals. Prism as well. He can juggle back. He can reinforce. As they catch 1 adept. Yeah, nice force fields here, looking down those Ravagers. While they do take down the Sentries at least. Sentries do fall. Lings, they slip into the middle line. Probes are going down. Hero getting pulled apart. This is nice damage, but we need more. So he needs more damage here. He gets 12 workers in the main. He's going to be forced back. Likewise, Immortals, they hold the line. They do hold, they do defend. Here he breaks out. Does break out. Mass Adept comes in to reinforce. Immortal Adept here out of Hero, making use of what he has. And Solar's being overwhelmed. At this point, he's being overwhelmed. The all-in has failed. At least Solar's all-in, and now it's time for Hero's counterattack. He has a greater economy, he has greater production. He can shape past the army. The Biles, ooh, they somewhat graze the army. Not bad. The Mortal is going to go down, but here he's catching reinforcements. Does catch reinforcements instead. Lings are still on the main. They're still getting more damage. This is getting a little bit intense here as probes are falling left and right. The Mortals are going down. Adepts are shading to the mineral lines, and GG gets called. It's just too much to handle, and Hero will overwhelm. Hero ties up the series 1-1. GG. GG, well played. As we do get into a tied series. Let's go. Again, Hero, he did go for a build that I haven't seen Hero do before. I have seen it from players like Skillus, MaxPax, Showtime, Geralt, even Strange. Again, a lot of the European Protosses, they do embrace 3-gate glaives, but less so the Koreans. So I'm happy to see Hero spread his wings and does try out something different. Again, this was a macro glaive build. Again, you do only open up with 3 gateways. You do skip your robo, and you're able to afford a Nexus with it. So macro glaive adepts, Solo he went for the all-in, but alas, Hero he was all over it. It was a little bit shaky is what I will say. You know, Solar, he slipped into the bases, he got some economic damage. It was great to see Solar do some counter damage here against Hero, but it wasn't enough. It was not enough to recover. With that, GG. We're getting into game number 3. Buenas noches, guapísimo, papi. Calm down. Merlo. De pollo, papi. De pollo? No de pato? Merlo. So here we go. We're getting into game number 3, and spawning in the bottom left-hand corner of Amygdala, we have the Blue Protoss player. The Blue Protoss representing Weibo Gaming from South Korea, tying up the series. We'll see if he can take a lead. It is Hero. And spawning in the top right-hand corner, we have the South Korean Zerg player, the Red Zerg, representing Team Falcons. It is Solar. We go. As we load to another larger map, and I feel like I have to temper my words a little bit now, because I'm like, oh, you know, Abyssal Reef, known for macro, known for, you know, expanding and getting into a longer game state. That is not what Hero did at all. Did subvert expectations there, and we'll see if he does it again as we load into another large map, another macro map. Here we go. Solo's going to be opening up Hatchcast Pool, and we'll keep an eye on the tech of choice for Hero. We'll keep an eye on him. Again, Amygdala, one of the larger maps, known for longer, later games as well, especially in this matchup. I say especially in this matchup. Depending on how Hero expands, if he takes his 3rd base and if he takes his 4th, and if he expands towards his opponent, then we could see aggression. We could see something like an 8-gate 3-base all-in. Hero, he has embraced that before and had success with it. We'll see what he goes for. As he does hide his pylon behind the natural. Not often a location you hide your tech. Interesting. As we hide our tech, a big shout to Cyan in the chat. Bom dia, papi, bom dia. Thank you so much for the raid. Fala galera, obrigado. Thank you so much. I hope you had a great stream, had a great ladder session or cast. Do appreciate it. And welcome one and all, as we're opening up Twilight Council once again. Welcome to the OSC Season 12 Championship. We are nearing the end of the event. We're currently in the lower brackets. We're locked into a best of 5, and Hero is popping off. Okay, so for the time being, he's staying in gas. If he pulls out, this should be Glaives. If he stays in, it should be Dark Templar. Clearly, though, even if he does pull out, 4-gate Glaives does not have to be the go-to for the Robo. And it's feeling like Dark Templar. It does feel like Dark Templar here, as here he does stay in the gases. Going for his robo, going for his gateway, and there it is. The Dark Shrine is thrown down. Now, from here, this is not an aggressive build, or I should say this is not an all-in. This is just to apply pressure early on, to move our DTs, to threaten the bases, threaten the mineral lines, to then morph in Archons and go for Archon Harass alongside the Warp Prism and catch out Immortals, catch out Overlords. Now, Hero, as I say that, that's what I would say in a standard PvZ, but Hero, he actually has a unique style where he does warp in DTs, and he doesn't actually morph in any Archons. Instead, he parks his DTs in between the bases, he catches out drones, he catches queens, he denies reinforcements, he denies saturation, and he takes a different approach, typically. So we'll see if he does so this time again, to just rely a lot more heavily here on purely Dark Templar, instead of immediately morphing in those Archons and trying to catch out Overlords and Queens. Meanwhile, Solo once again does go for a safety Roach Warren. Roach Warren has been thrown down. Prism moves out, so Dark Shrine about to complete, and we are going for those DTs across the map. So he's ready for a counterattack. Alastair is a defensive force field. Here come those Dark Templar. There's no detection here at the expansion. Can he kill the third? Can he kill the base? We'll go for the queens. Let's go for the queens for a moment. There we go. Now goes to the expansion. We'll get one drone. Spore is repositioning, and with the repositioning of that Spore, we should be okay. Yeah, ZT is able to waddle away. 3 of them head towards that natural. Spore's out of position. Denies the backup Spore. And as I mentioned before, here, he's more willing to stay on DTs that much longer here. Getting to the mineral line. Picking up 4 lings. Does trade well. Does escape. Goes back in with that Dark Templar. Chips away at the expansion. And now here come the Archons. That base is getting very low. It's getting low. Archons morph in. Zelts as well. Hero going for an Archon, dropping the middle line. Gets 2, 3, gets 3. Oh no! Oh my god, they're stacking up. They do stack? Jesus. Yeah, they stack up. Prism is going to be zoned back. Oh my god, but the drones, no, they stack once again. 12, 13 drones going down. Ay, ay, ay. Prism has to get the hell out of here, though. It barely survived. But that should not have happened. That one Archon popped off. That's going to be 14 kills in total. Drone kills, I mean, 23 Lings, 1 Spore, 1 Overlord. A very nice value here out of Hero. And he races back home to defend. Lings, they get in though. Ah, the wall's not a wall. The wall is wide open. Oh, I say that. Nice force field on the ramp. But the sentries, oh my god, the sentries go down one after the other. Still brutal trade and brutal pickoffs. Ay, ay, ay. As Lings, they don't quite get many probe kills. They get 2. But Solo does gain some value. I would still say, though, here is still ahead. Like, sure, Solo, he killed 3 sentries, right? He killed 3 sentries. That is something. He killed 1 Archon as well. But, alas, that's not quite making up for 17 drone kills. Not yet. Hero is still ahead. Still does enjoy Elite. There's still a lot of pressure on Solar. And we'll see if and when he does cut worker production. Well, as we do see here moving out. Oh, my apologies. Just had to open the door. But he just moves out. He just ends the game. My apologies. Just going to be opening the door here. But yes, Hero, he does move out. He crippled the economy. And Solo just couldn't keep up. He just couldn't recover from that. GG. And Hero takes a lead. GG. I do apologize. I was waiting for the end of that game. But GG, well played. Hero, he does take a lead. He does advance, or he is looking to advance on into the next round. We'll see if he can. But again, he just did critical damage. It's one of those things where this early on in the game, losing that many drones, it was what, 17 in total, right? 17 drone kills. It was 16 to the harass and 1 drone early on. That is game ending. That is game ending damage. We saw that Solar, he was trying to re-drone, trying to resaturate. As a result, he had no army. He had no army. He was overwhelmed then and there, and now we're getting into our next game. Getting into our next game, we're going to be loading into ley lines. Let's go. And we'll see if a Solar can recover, or if this is the final game of the series. As spawning in the bottom left-hand corner of ley lines, we have our South Korean Protoss player. We have the blue Protoss representing Weibo Gaming, WBG. It is Hero. And spawning in the top right-hand corner, we have the red Zerg player representing Team Falcons. It is Solar. There we go. As Hero, he has taken a more aggressive approach so far in this series, has had a lot of success. Has been able to just overwhelm Solar time and time again. And the question becomes, do we go for another Twilight Council opener? We've seen it twice now so far. 2 games in a row. Does he do it again? Does he do it again as we load into ley lines? Ley lines is going to be a smaller map in the map pool compared to Amygdala, compared to Abyssal Reef. As a result, we do favor aggression here. Aggression is going to be favored. Probe scout into the main. Getting a full scout of what's going on before settling in. So eyes are on Hero. So far, hatch gas full, standard opener out of Solar. Now, Solar has been on the back foot here, and he can be aggressive, but the problem is that Hero's kind of beating him to that aggression. With these openers, Solar, he's been forced to respond time and time again, and the responses just have been lackluster. They have not been good enough. And we'll see if Solar can recover. I mean, I'm all for an ace match, right? I'm all for a game 5. Always, always. Give us a back and forth. Jesus, here's just being so annoying. Denying mining time. Pulling away. And with that, the Cyber Core is finishing. We have the pylon further back and behind the main. And this is looking like a Stargate opener here. I say that just because we're not going to be hiding the tech, and there it is, Stargate is on the way. Typically, if it's Twilight Council, we do hide the pylon further back to make it more difficult to scout. Not the case here, so Stargate. Stargate to Oracle, this time a much more standard opener out of Hero, which means Solar can finally get into his game. He can finally drone, he can finally take a third base, he can finally embrace his game state and his build. He can play some StarCraft. Let's go. Can play some StarCraft. Here he shades out across the map. Does threaten the shade. There's that first Oracle in the way. So far here, just poking in. And really, our eyes have to be on Solar now. Now that he's up against a standard opener, now Solar can spread his wings and go into his own build. We'll see if he throws down a Roach Warren. That's going to be the first big sign. Does he throw down a Roach Warren? Does he throw down an earlier Evo chamber instead? Does he take early gases? Does he cut worker production? Ooh, okay. Oracle into Void Ray. Interesting. Now with this Void Ray follow-up, this does mean that the Overlords are going to be hunted down. This Overlord here, alongside the others, they're going to be forced back. And Hero might be hiding some tech. Oh. As the links are falling. Hero shades into the mineral line. He gets a drone. He gets one. Not quite 2, but does deny mining time. Does deny mining. Rotates over. Void Ray moves out. It is going to be a second Oracle, and so far we do not quite catch that Overlord. It is going to be an earlier Forge and Twilight Council out of Hero. Now, this earlier tech might be for +1 in charge, but I'm still leaning towards +1 in blink. Here, he does enjoy his blink-based openers. So our eyes are on Hero. Solo, he is supply blocked. Oof, as he did lose an Overlord. And he will lose another. As the Void Ray does turn around. Still looking for more damage. Still looking for more. 5-minute lair out of Solar. No Roach Warren. No Eva Chamber. Okay, there we go. Roach Warren's now on the way. No Eva Chamber, no +1 melee. 5 drones go down to the Oracles. Void Ray pulls away, as we did mention. It's going to be +1 and, ooh, +1 in charge. Much more aggressive this time. Much more aggressive from Hero. Now, he is going for a charge timing. This is going to hit sooner. This is going to hit harder. Gateway Explosions on the way. And if Sola did skip Roaches, he'd be in trouble. Now, thankfully, he does have that Roach Ward, and he should be embracing Roach production with this, alongside +1 range. That's a lot of gateways, though. Oh my, he's not stopping. Oh my god. That's 7 gates on the way, in addition to the 2 that we already have, so it's going to be a 9-gate setup. It's a lot of gateways. Oracles, they rotate over. They got 3 drones already. Keeping Solar busy. There's that Roach speed. As one Oracle finally goes down. But Hero, he is gearing up. He's gearing up for a massive push. And there's not really going to be much finesse to it either. Just mass Zealot Warp ins. And here they come. They're massing up in the main. They are getting ready. Now, is there a Robo? There is not. So there's no way to reinforce across the map. Bear that in mind. There's no Robo, there's no Warp Prism, there's no reinforcing gateway. Ooh, Solar, he's going Roach into Spire. I was curious as to why there was no upgrade. I was like, why is there no +1 range? What's going on? Intentionally so, we're preserving gas for Mew to play instead. Which means these Zealots are going to pop off. Do we have any Roaches? We have 9. 9 Roaches here to defend. They're across the map. They move out towards that 3rd base. There's a Void Ray to defend. The expansion's going to fall. Solar, he cannot save this. He's racing back home. But the hatchery does go down. And Solar's in trouble here. Now, with the help of the Queens and Transfuse, he should be able to defend the 3rd. But losing the 4th base is brutal. And that's still a lot of Zealots. Oh my god. Nice SimCity, well, nice positioning here behind the mineral line. Zealots, so many of them that no DPS. They just wasted damage here. Despite that, does catch a couple of reinforcements. Queens get surrounded, Roaches as well. But alas, Solar, he should be able to hold on. As I say that, though, more Roaches are falling. More Roaches are going down. But again, thankfully, delayed reinforcements. That's still another massive wave of Zealots, though. Still does arrive. Yeah, cleans up what little's left of the Queens. Gets some of the Ravagers. And behind this, double Stargate, Fleet Beacon into Skytoss. Skytoss is on the way. Solar holds. Solar does hold. Mutas are in production. Lings, they slip into the main. I mean, I say this somehow. It's Hero. They slip into the main. They get into the main base of the Oracles. They race back in time. The Lings, they get 2 probe kills, 3 probe kills. The Hero defense. This is why we always mention that a Hero, he is known for leaving the wall open. That is true, but very rarely does he die because of it. Again, he's just so good at responding and reacting. He only lost 3 probes, minimal damage. Roach is a counterattack. Hero, he has to respond. He catches out the Roaches though. Better trade for Hero. And much better here. So many Roaches are going to fall. We have 2 Mutas getting across the map, but I should say, getting up to 5. Okay. Muta count is slowly building up. Meanwhile, Solar forced to make purely Roaches. Hero overextends. He goes all the way across the map. And he does have to pull away with these Oracles at least. Never mind, he commits. He just commits in. He doesn't care. Breaks through the defensive line. Gets into the natural. Zealots, they trade well. They overwhelm the Roaches. The Mutas, they did get 15 probe kills across the map. Jesus. 15 probes, but despite that, Hero... Oh, actually, can he hold on here? 16 probe kills. His economy does take a massive blow. Now building up his carrier, going into Phoenixes. Phoenix range, that's a big reaction here to mutas that don't exist anymore. Muta count was reset, we have Corruptors on the way instead. Phoenixes is not what Hero wants, he wants Void Rays or just continued carrier production. Hero counterattacking. Yeah, again, a big misread here out of Hero. He still see the Corruptors. Does he cancel the upgrades? Does he cancel the Phoenixes? So far, he's continuing. Does continue. I mean, for all he knows, it could still be more mutas. As he's making 3 Phoenixes at a time. And that's eating into his ground army as well. I mean, he has none. Ay, ay, ay. I mean, Phoenixes, I guess they can lift up the roaches one at a time. True. I mean, they will. Meanwhile, no shield battery. Yeah, no shield battery set up. Carrier goes down. And Solar, he's overwhelming. It was a great start here from Hero. But this follow-up was lacking. Roaches, they break through. Remember, no Zealot reinforcements. Hero heals making Mass Phoenix. And Phoenix, they don't help. They don't help against these roaches. And Solar catching Hero with his pants down. Bust into the natural, bust into the main. And we are looking to force that ace match. Wow. Again, Hero is stunned. Just tricked into going Mass Phoenix. What can he do, Bappy? I mean, he can eventually lift everything, I suppose, but he's lost 24 probes. He barely has an economy. Pylon goes down. Roach is here in each base, in each mineral line. And this is getting out of hand. Hero, he went up to 14 Phoenixes. That's crazy. That's insane. And he's out of energy, just can't even lift everything. Back at home, do you see Solar responding with Mass Corruptor? And Hero doesn't have enough. With these queens with Transfuse, no shot. No shot. The Phoenixes, they tickle the Corruptors. They do tickle. Hero, he tries to trade. But Solar's overwhelming. He's just overwhelming at this point. All he needs is more roaches. Shuts down the Phoenixes. Queen support. And Hero's all in. Hero at this point is completely all in. He's trying to end the game here and now. Does quite well against those Corruptors. But there's still just so much on the ground. The Stalkers are being overwhelmed. So the Phoenixes. And Solar, he's going to take this. He's going to shut this down. And again, a Hero just completely blindsided here. He was convinced it was going to be Mass Muta. GG gets called, and Solar, he ties it up. We are going to the ace match. Let's go. GG. Hero, he was in such a good position as well. He was wreaking havoc, killing bases, crippling the roaches. But alas, seeing those what, 5 mutas, it triggers something within Hero. He was like, no, I'm not gonna die to Mass Muta, not again. And he did die to his own response. Again, the Phoenixes, they just struggle against Corruptors in general. They struggle head-on in those fights. Likewise, defensively against Mass Roach, also they struggle as well. It was just the worst thing that Hero could have made in that position. Just because he didn't know what was reinforcing, he just made an assumption and was caught with his pants down. GG, we're going all the way to Game 5. Let's go. We're going to Game 5. And I'm sure Hero, once he saw those Corruptors and Roaches, I'm sure he was kicking himself as to his response. And now we're getting into the ace match. It all ends here. It all ends in Game 5. And spawning in the bottom right-hand corner, we have the South Korean Protoss player, the blue Protoss representing Weibo Gaming, being forced into the ace match. Can he bounce back? Can he recover? Can he claim the series? It is Hero. And spawning in the top left-hand corner, we have as opponent, we have the South Korean Zerg player, the Red Zerg representing Team Falcons. It is Solar. Again, Solar able to find a way back into that game. The Spire and the Mutas were honestly the game-winning move for Solar because it did force an overreaction from Hero. As Hero, he went into adding on Pulse Crystals and triple Phoenix production away from Carrier. And with that was Hero's downfall. Meanwhile, hello drone. What's going on? Solar, he does move out. I mean, welcome one and all to Romanticide once again. This is one of the older maps in the map pool, but we do feature an extended map pool, so Romanticide is an option here for our players. And Solar, he's going for the hatch block. He's going for the natural, going for the block into the expansion. Now, this is not an all-in, this is not hyper-aggression, this is to delay the bases of Hero and to disrupt the opener. As Hero, he stands his ground, he does not allow the hatchery to finish, and the drone is going to fall. Hero will, oh my god, yeah, Hero, he kills the drone, it kills the drone, takes expansion. Stronger start for Hero. Nicely done. Yes, Hero, he was forced to bring a second probe down to the low ground, that is true, but killing the drone and denying the gas and denying the hatchery is all worth it. Back at home, Solar going hatch, gas, pool. Standard opener out of Solar. He's going to be the standard opener. Likewise, Hero tasing away at the mineral line. He wants that drone. No shot. Oh my god. Almost gets it. Almost does get it. And from here, once again, we have a Stargate opener. 2 games in a row. Now, when it comes to Stargate play on Romanticide is one of the larger maps in that pool, is known for macro, known for longer games. If you recall, I was saying that on Abyssal Reef, and Hero went for hyper-aggression anyway, and he forced an all-in out of Solar, but it looks like this time we're getting into a more standard game state, and most likely, we will end up in the mid-game and even in towards the late game. That is where the trajectory of the game so far, based on that Stargate. We'll see if that's the case. We'll see if either player does deviate. Keep an eye open here for Solar and for Hero. Hero does poke in. Does poke forward. Trying to get a read here on Solar. Again, there's still no early tech. Solar still droning. Hero just ensuring there's no early gases, no early lair. Make sure nothing crazy is going on. As Hero does move out. And we'll see what Hero can get done. Last game he was able to get, what, like 7 drone kills, even up to 9. Was kind of successful with his Oracle Harass. Here gets, oh, barely not a drone, forces out a Gas Geyser. Gets 1 worker in the main. Up, doesn't get 2. Barely does. Yeah, 2 drone kills, Oracle does back off. Is dead space behind the mineral line. Likewise, Hero does have an extra Oracle in the way, so getting to double Oracle into his Twilight Council and Forge Blink-based follow-up. Everything looking stock standard by Hero. For the first time in this series, we see a lot of aggression out of here, a lot of Twilight Council openers. Last game we had Charge, not even Blink first. But this is the most standard game we've seen so far out of Hero. So far. As we do have extra gateways being thrown down. There it is, we have Blink on the way. Blink at +1. Solar does get a safety Roach Warren. Doesn't cut corners. Not yet. We're moving in. He's got his 6 Adepts. He's got his 2 Oracles. Does shade towards that expansion. The Roaches aren't ready. Lings here are struggling. But there are plenty of Queens. Last hero is going for the mineral line. He gets 1, he gets 2. 3 drone kills. This is getting out of hand. He does cancel the shade. Oh, and more workers are falling. 7 drones going down. That is brutal. 7 drones for what? For 0. For nothing. Adepts say to survive, and they're not done. Nowhere near. But there we go. Lings, this time they're in position. Oracles coming to support. Queens are still out of position. They're rotating over. Oh. Oracles will escape. But Hero trades very efficiently. Checking the units lost tab. Hero, he loses 6 Adepts for 32 Lings and 10 drones. That is crazy. And off of all that damage, it will not be, I mean, it'd be a wise choice here for Hero to throw in extra gateways. For now, though, just probing. Probing, taking gases. Robo's on the way. Hero, he's gearing up towards a longer game state. But he's not done with his aggression. Stalkers are moving out. Likewise, Oracle is here to support. And we'll see what Hero can get done. His blink is finishing up in 10 seconds. Likewise, Hero taking up in towards Colossus and charge. Based on overload speed, this looks like an all-in. Yeah, Solar, he's taking too much damage. Because that he is setting up for an all-in. He's cutting workers at 66, that is 3 base saturation. He's building up his Queen count, his Roach count, and with overload speed, he's going for Drop Lords. He's going for a German taxi. Again, is one of the only options for Solar. The other option would be to be hyper greedy, to double expand and to drone up as heavily as possible. But Solar, he's opted to go for the aggressive response instead. But Stalkers are keeping the army busy already. Catching out tumors. Trading with the Roaches. Solar wants to move up, but he's stuck at home. There's the recall. Lings, they sip into the main once again. Solar's been so good at this. Does force a recall, and that means Solar, he can commit. Here we go. The Drop Lords are on the way. Solar, he has not made a drone in quite some time. No saturation at the 4th base, no hydrogen, no infestation bit. It's just purely an all-in from Solar. Hero is trying to slow him down. Trying to. Picks away at the army. Attempts to delay the push. Solar, he's just committing. Does just commit. Oh, patching out a couple of Overlords. Overlords do full. Solar gets supply blocked. Fury still needs a little bit more time. Oh, Stasis goes off and gets baited though. Yeah, they are baited by the Lings. No major connections. Ooh, but Solar, he knows he can't do it. Yeah, infestation bit. He does falter. Oh my god, pass don't connect. But this pit is a sign that Solar doesn't believe in his all-in. So he's transitioning out of this. He's trying to, I should say, but it's late. It's going to be a late pit. It's going to be a late hive. Solar, you can see 6 drones in the production tab. Oh, and he will lose everything here. Yeah, the Ravages are falling. Files, they do connect. Oh my god, the Files connect. Not bad. Files do connect. Solar, he's getting ground. He will knock down the expansion. And Solar, he will get the hell out of here. Again, Solar, he already made some workers. He killed the expansion. Now he backs off. Now it's time for Hero to punish. Oh god. And we'll shave off those Roaches. Solar falling back. Does defend. Hero embracing more disruptors. And Hero does have pushing power. The soup does lie. Solar, he's up in supply, but he has a worse army. So Hero has the advantage. These are Colossus, Stalkers, Disruptors. It's a very cost-efficient army here. Solar setting up for a Ling run by. Nova goes off. Ooh, brutal connection. Nova does connect. Again, Roach Ravager struggles splitting against these Novas. So this is where Disruptors can thrive. Hero moving forward. So again, he's got those two Novas ready. Roach, they try to catch some reinforcements. Hero does pull away. He is distracted. There we go. Does catch him out though. Forces back the Roaches. Cleans up all the Lings. And Solar is maxed out. With that Hive, he's got Vipers on the way. But he needs time. He needs more time for the Vipers to gather energy. Nova goes off. Ooh, brutal connection. Once again, Novas, they can shut down Roaches so well. There's another Nova. Takes down the Queens. They rally forward. Bailey, they crash into those Stalkers. But Bailey's, they don't quite trade well against Stalkers. Hero, he's done it. He breaks through the defensive line. Again, Hero, he's had a massive lead ever since the failed all-in, and GG gets called. Hero, he will claim the series 3-2, knocking Solar out of the tournament. GG. GG, well played. Hero had a very strong start. As a reminder, Hero, he crippled the economy of Solar early on. That is one of the big reasons why Solar did decide to all-in, as he did fall behind. And unfortunately, Solar, it took him too long to get across the map. Solar, he did have to transition out of it. And in doing so, there was an opening, there was a weakness there, and Hero snowballed out of control. GG. GG, well played. Hero, he will play the series, and with that, we have our lower bracket matches wrapping up. Solar is out of the tournament. Likewise, so is Geralt. Geralt and Solar, they're both out. Hero and Skillus advance on. They advance on into that next round. Just catching up. Hero 3-2 over Solar. With that, that is our lower bracket round 6 matches completing and concluding, and we are somewhat halfway through the bracket because now we have the upper bracket round 5 or semifinals up ahead of us. Let's go. Let us go as we do switch on over, and there it is. We have now a break from the PvPs and PvZs. We have a Terran versus Protoss and Terran versus Zerg. We have ByuN versus MaxPax and Clem versus Dark. These are the 4 players in the upper bracket semifinals. They have yet to drop a series, yet to drop any overall best ofs so far. And that is what's coming up next on the channel. Let's go. We're going to be kicking things off with ByuN versus MaxPax. Again, MaxPax, he has been on a tear as of late, even threatening Clem at times. Likewise, Clem is still the best player in the world, and it's not going to be an easy one for Dark. As always, though, I do appreciate casting Dark. We don't have many Dark matches remaining, just because Dark, of course, he is soon going to be going to the military, so Dark has been less active in online tournaments, which is why I do want to broadcast him as much as I can, and he's still here in the OSC Season 12 Championship, so we'll see how he does perform against Clem. Again, some brutal matches ahead of us. For now, though, we are, again, halfway through the broadcast, so we're going to be going on a short break. When we come back, we'll have these 2 best of 5s ready for us. Oh boy, it's going to be amazing, going to be beautiful. We'll see you guys after the break. See you soon. Welcome back, everyone. Welcome back to the OSC Season 12 Championships Upper Bracket Semi-Finals. We just wrapped up with the lower bracket with some intense matches between Geralt, Skillus, Solar, and Hero. But now we're here to determine who will advance on to the Upper Bracket Finals. We have 4 players ahead of us. We have ByuN, MaxPax, Clem, and Dark. Let's go. Let us go. Fun fact, this is actually the first matches of ByuN in this entire tournament. He was seeded directly into this round because of his performances throughout the year. For those that are curious, again, the OSC Season 12 Championship does seed players depending on how many points have accumulated over the course of the year 2024. And again, Dark and ByuN were very active in online tournaments, very successful as well, and as a result, they were seeded directly into these upper matches. MaxPax and Clem had to fight for it, had to work their way through that bracket, and now they're here. Now they're here, now they have arrived, and now we're facing off in a fresh best of 5. Let's go. We're jumping to game 1. Game 1 is going to be on Neon Violet Square. Neon Violet Square is a rare site. It is one of, actually, sorry, it is the most vetoed map in the map pool, but we are featuring it here in this best of 5. Let's go. As spawning in the top left-hand corner of Neon Violet Square, we have the red Terran player. We have the red Terran representing Shopify Rebellion. It is ByuN. And spawning in the bottom right-hand corner, we have his opponents. We have the blue Protoss player representing Storm Gaming, the land of Denmark. It is MaxPax. Also, hello 007, ¿qué tal? ¿Cómo estás? Bienvenidos, papi, bienvenidos. Here we go, we are halfway through that broadcast. I say halfway through. Tonight we do plan on covering the upper bracket semis, so these 2 best of 5s, and also the upper bracket finals as well. Whew. As ByuN opens up with a hidden Rax. Now, for those that are curious, this is not real. I mean, I should say it is real, but it's not a real proxy, it's not real aggression, it is a fake proxy Rax here from ByuN. It is not uncommon to hide your Rax either further back in the main, in some of this dead space, at your 3rd location, your natural location, your 4th location, your 5th location. Regardless, it's near enough to be able to float back into your main, to go back into a standard game, into a standard build, but far enough away to keep it hidden from MaxPax to make it look like a proxy, to force a reaction, and ideally force an overreaction out of the Protoss player. So mind games. Mind games here out of ByuN. Probe dips in, does scout both gases, confirms that the Rax is missing. And MaxPax, how does he respond? He's looking. Yeah, you can see here, does double check his natural before expanding. Still gate cyber expand out of MaxPax. And he is being as vigilant as possible, searching for that Rax, searching for the proxy, figuring out what's going on. We, of course, can see it's going to be Reaper base opener. Reaper in the factory back at home. The probe is locked in, so we're going to have to recall that probe to keep it alive. And MaxPax, he does not go for a safety zealot, so doesn't flinch. MaxPax, he does not flinch. He responds well. And now he will confirm, with the Reaper revealing itself here, MaxPax has confirmation that the Reaper was not proxied, and that he's safe. So from here we can settle in. ByuN floats back into the main, and can now expand. Floats back to the natural, which is a little bit closer to get his production up and running as quickly as possible. MaxPax behind this, going for a Twilight Council opener. And once again, welcome one all to Neon Violet Square. Neon Violet Square is the largest map in the map pool. There's a reason why it is vetoed so often. Very large map, very easy to take bases. Your natural, your 3rd, your 4th, your 5th base as well. All relatively easy to maintain and to embrace. And because of that, we often see Stargate play from the side of Protoss, but this time, no. MaxPax goes for a Twilight Council. MaxPax, he has been very vocal about his disdain for Stargate play. Despite that, he does sprinkle it in every now and then, but not here, not on Neon Violet Square. It's going to be Blink instead. Now, here in this map, you cannot blink into the main, so there's no, like, 4-gate blink potential. Most likely, this is going to be 2-gate blink into a 3rd, maybe 3-gate blink if MaxPax feels threatened. That does shade in. Does try to. Gets 1 SCV. Gets 1 SCV. He's going to be shut down. Slackbone does arrive, and ByuN, he goes racks into factory into a 3rd CC on location. This is something you can do on this map. This is actually very similar to, if you recall, Radisson Station from a 1 or 2 map pools ago. Radisson Station was a map all about greed. Same here with Neon Violet Square, just cutting corners, being as greedy as possible. So ByuN is cutting corners. He is going to try to rush into that 3rd base. It's going to be on MaxPax to punish, but the problem is it is difficult to punish on this map on Neon Violet Square. We do have our 2nd and soon to be our 3rd gateway here, so MaxPax, he's going 3-gate blink. He will have a presence on the map, but finding damage is easier said than done on Neon Violet Square. Again, there's a reason why everyone vetoes this. MaxPax, yep, getting ready for his 3rd, so 3-gate blink into a 3rd base. We'll be expanding. Adept does a thread in the shade, getting some scouting information. And does get into the main. Oh, it's going to be locked down though. Yeah, MaxPax, he committed to the shade. Alas, bit of a misread of the situation. Does at least scout the tech, and more importantly, actually, MaxPax, he saw the racks. Yep, he did see the racks in the end. So he knows there's a 2nd racks. He knows that the starport was delayed. Now this could be for something more aggressive. He just has yet to confirm. And even going double eBay before starport. Oh my god, the greed. Double eBay, 1-1 upgrades, no starport, not yet. Now going for the add-on swap into Stim. Likewise, 1 tank to defend, just the 1. And again, the rationale for this is you do not need a tank to protect the main. Don't need a tank for the main. Just for the natural, there's no bunker, and MaxPax, he's committing in, and can he break through? He does dive in, takes down the tank. 1 tank goes down, GG gets called. Whew, the punish is real. ByuN was being hyper greedy, rushing to the 3rd CC, going into double eBay, and that 1 tank was the one thing keeping him alive, and it did not keep him alive. GG, well played. Whew. MaxPax takes a lead, and now we're done with Neon Violet Square. GG, well played. Again, ByuN, he only made the singular tank as well, so he was just cutting as many corners as possible. If MaxPax had been more passive, if he had gone for 2-gate blink or even 3-gate blink without a robo into a 3rd base, then ByuN would have gotten away with it. But ByuN did take a chance. Didn't pay off. Did not pay off in the end. GG, well played. Whew. We're getting into our next game. I should also say that ByuN was cutting an extra corner there by not even getting a bunker as well, which was just the greed, Pappy, the greed. Out of this world. And now we're getting into game number 2, and spawning in the bottom left-hand corner of ley lines, we have the South Korean Terran player, the Red Terran, representing Shopify Rebellion. It is ByuN. Currently down in this series. We'll see if he can bounce back. Spawning in the top right-hand corner, we have the Danish Protoss player, the Blue Protoss, representing Psystorm Gaming, leading the series 1-0. It is MaxPax. So ByuN being hyper greedy that last game, he was punished, he was completely shut down. Now, ByuN, he is known on certain maps, like whether it's Neon Violet Square, I want to say King's Cove, and I want to say Abyssal Reef as well. He is known to rush into a fast 3rd CC. Here on these smaller maps, I don't believe he's going to do so. Here on Ley Lines, Whispers of Gold, Ultra, maybe on Ultra Love, but even then, not too convinced. We should not be seeing ByuN cutting anywhere near as many corners. Instead, what do we see? We see a single gas. So ByuN is going for an economic start. He's going for a Rax expand. Is economic, but not overly greedy. You know, this is not the equivalent of last game. MaxPax dips in, and MaxPax will confirm, as he will gain access to the main base, and he will get eyes on the lack of 2nd gas. Or at least he's hoping to. Yep, does check the gases. He confirms. Does confirm. From here, MaxPax now can go down to the low ground and he can pylon block. He can delay the expansion for as long as possible. Last second as he arrives. Oh. ByuN, and now he will throw down the CC just in time. Yeah, MaxPax out of position. He doesn't block. Whew, and ByuN expands. Meanwhile, do you see what I see? ByuN once again being cheeky in a different way. That is a tech lab. So ByuN is rushing into Marauder. So this is going to be a Marauder opener or a Marauder rush for ByuN. Now, the purpose of rushing into Marauders like this is to catch the Protoss player being overly aggressive. So if MaxPax comes in, okay, winding it back a little bit. this is an economic opener. It's a faster CC on the low ground. Because of that MaxPax, he is tempted to counterattack with these adepts to move out and to try to delay the CC. As you can see here, the adept is rallied across. Now, in doing so, he's going to be being aggressive with his gateway units, and the goal here for ByuN is to punish that aggression with these marauders. With Concussive Shell, one shot is all it takes to shut down the adept and to focus it down and to gain a lead. So here comes the adept, and the plan is to catch it. The plan is to punish MaxPax. MaxPax is moving out. Concussive Shell is now about to finish. There's going to be a second Marauder. And MaxPax is going to shade in. Does he see this? He does. He turns right immediately. Despite that, gets caught out. Does come into the shade. Shades into the main base. Will still find some damage. Oh, miscontrol by ByuN. Did not wall off. The adept will fall, but at least MaxPax gets a couple of SCVs. Does get SCVs and does shade away. Wow, GG ByuN. The entire purpose of this build here was to shut down the adept. He fails to do so, and with that, GG. GG, well played. Oh my god. I feel, mate, this series has not gone ByuN's way. GG, well played. I feel bad for him after game 2 especially. Like this was all so like calculated, so planned. And then ByuN, he messed up. He didn't lift the depots, of course. Like that was a big blunder. SCVs went down. Adept escapes. And that means, what was the point of the Marauder opener? What was the point if you fail to minimize damage, if you fail to kill the adept? It's for nothing. It's a waste essentially. And with that, ByuN falls behind and ByuN taps out. GG. GG, well played. No, I just it's been a rough couple of games. Basically, ByuN, he hasn't been able to get into his build at all this series. Game 1 and Game 2. Game 1, he got killed for being too greedy. Here in Game 2, he tried to punish MaxPax. He failed to do so. Game 3, most likely a standard game here from ByuN, but I'm concerned. I'm concerned for ByuN. You know, I'm looking forward to like sink my teeth into like a back and forth series, you know, mid-game play between ByuN and MaxPax. We're not getting it. Not getting it yet. ByuN is being shut down at every turn. And here we go. We're loading into game number 3 and spawning in the top left-hand corner of Gresvan. We have the South Korean Terran player. He is down 0-2. The pressure is on. It is ByuN. And spawning in the bottom right-hand corner, we have the blue Protoss player representing Sidestorm Gaming. It is MaxPax. Are these being aired live? The cast is live, the games are not. For those that are curious, the way that OSC works, because there are so many matches happening in this bracket, the matches are played ahead of time, and then the replays are submitted to the organizer and admin of the tournament, the owner of OSC, and then the replays are provided to the casters. So all these matches are done via replays, as they are all played ahead of time. So here we go. MaxPax, he does move out. And this is going to be a double gas opener out of ByuN. Double gas. This means a faster factory, a much more aggressive and assertive build this time from our Terran player. Oh. This MaxPax, he has arrived to be as annoying as possible to delay. Rax will complete. Oh my god, that SCV is so low. He wants it! Oh, he wants the SCV! Pulls away, confirms both gases. Does confirm, he does double back. He does threaten that SCV. Thankfully, there was a repair. Whew. And ByuN, he will keep that worker alive. Now again, with double gas means a delayed expansion. As opposed to the previous game, faster factory, delayed expansion. Now, technically, this can lead into a one base all in. True. This can lead into a one base all in. That is true. Otherwise, this could just lead into a delayed expansion. Based on the series so far, I am concerned for how ByuN will approach this. Keep an eye on him. So far, scouting for a proxy, moving out. There is the CT on location. Also, for those that are curious, whenever we do have a replay cast, you can actually look at the title of the stream. I know the title's quite long because the event's name is quite long, but you can actually see before the Patreon command in the title, it does say replay cast. So whenever we have a replay cast, it is typically stated in the title of the channel. If it isn't stated there, then you can assume it is a live broadcast instead. Just as a heads up. Otherwise, we do have our Twilight Council opener out of MaxPax working towards Blink. Does work towards Blink. Likewise, ByuN getting to his 1-1 run. Now, with a double gas opener, this can lead a couple different ways. This can lead into earlier tech labs, into a cyclone drop. It can lead into Banshee play as well. For the time being, we go Reaper Hellion into a mine drop, but I'm most curious about the follow-up from here. But now it is going to be additional Widow Mines. Medevac is on the way. So ByuN, he's gaining map control. He's moving out. Medevac is now in production. And ByuN, he will soon push. Soon move in. Soon move in. So far, MaxPax, he does have SimCity. The goal here, in case it was a commitment to more Hellions, is for MaxPax to fully wall this off, to then focus on the defense in the main. Another threatening a shade. Does shade out. ByuN moving in. So he's got a Widowmine Marine drop into the main base, likewise Reaper Hellion towards the natural, and we'll see if ByuN can pull MaxPax apart. See if he can pull this off. Shading up the ramp. It's going to be denied. Hellion Reaper races back home to defend. Adepts trade against the buyer. And here comes the drop. Drop into the main. And how quickly does MaxPax respond? Oh, late response. Ooh, late reaction. And probes are going to be falling. It's going to be 6 probe kills so far. 6 workers do go down. Medevac does survive. So do the Widowmine. So does everything. And so far, a good start for ByuN. ByuN does start things off well. Behind this, going for his own 3-1-1 setup. Into tech labs, into tank production. Setting up back at home. Prism gets scattered. War Prism is seen. MaxPax does open up 3-gate blink. Is reinforcing, getting a third base behind this. And ByuN, once again, he does skirt around the edge of the map. He does head towards that mineral line. Can he get in? Now trading with the Stalker. No shield battery. Stalker under fire. Drop back into the main base. This time MaxPax does pull away in time. Pushing in, he will find the tank. The tank is on siege. The tank is going to go down. Massive pickoff. The tank falls. Meanwhile, dropping the main base hasn't achieved too much yet. Now popping off. That shot does connect. Nice blinks, nice dodges. Likewise, Stalkers into the main, but ByuN, he does hold. And as it settles here, we do get 8 probe kills in total. 8 workers, meanwhile 4 SCV kills, a tank as well, a bit of an even trade. MaxPax does lose some of his economy, but so far he's still maintaining map control and keeping ByuN pinned. And MaxPax, he wants that add-on. Blinks in. Oh, no, never mind. Go for the army. Settles for the depot. Second tank has arrived. Oh, and MaxPax gets punished. We'll bleed out 1 Stalker. Bleeds out a Stalker. Does pull away. Not quite catching the Raven. Just trying to keep ByuN pinned. Behind this, MaxPax saturating his third base. Now taking up, we have a Gateway Explosion. This should lead into charge. So blink into charge into +1. This is the go-to. This is the current meta of PvT. More so than going into Colossus and Storm. We instead delay splash damage in favor of a Swarm Toss composition of Stalkers and Zealots. This will eventually lead into Colossus, and there it is. There's the Bay on the way, but the Colossus production has been delayed. Intentionally so. It is going to be delayed. MaxPax trying to keep him pinned. ByuN, he does sneak out. Nicely done. Moves out with the drop. Heads towards the main. Will boost in. MaxPax forcing a recall. Oh, he gets punished for it though. He was a brutal recall for MaxPax. Leaves out 2 Stalkers. A 3rd Stalker falls. ByuN trading well, getting a 5th. Oh my god, taking down most of the Stalkers. And they're all going down one after the other. Brutal losses here for MaxPax. At the same time, Zelda harassing into the middle line. ByuN, he doesn't turn around. He commits. He knows he has the advantage. He knows that he has momentum. SCVs are falling, but ByuN, he's going straight for that 3rd base. And what do we have to defend? 2 Stalkers. 3 Stalkers. There's 4 Stalkers, 1 Immortal, a handful of Zealots. ByuN, he's going for the kill. As he's just pulling MaxPax apart. Gets close to the mineral line. Yeah, it does my mining. Immortal does respond, but that's 3 tanks. Oh my god. Yeah, massive tank boys going off on the Stalkers. And ByuN, he does it. He breaks the main army, takes out the Immortal, takes out the Stalkers. GG gets called, and ByuN will fight back and put a point on the board. GG. Whew. GG, well played. ByuN, finally, he was able to play some StarCraft. Ay, ay, ay. Again, for those that missed out on Game 1 and Game 2, the game ended before it really began. Like, Game 1, ByuN, he was killed for being too greedy, for getting a 3rd CC. Game 2, ByuN, he went Marauder production into GG, as he wasn't able to preserve his economy. But finally, he was able to actually get into a proper 2-base saturation, 2-base economy, and able to fight back against MaxPax. Let's go. Let us go. ByuN does put a point on the board. Now, the pressure is still on, though. Remember, this is the best of 5. First to 3 will take the series. ByuN has to claim this game here to force the ace match. Let's go as we load into Ultra Love. We do load in. Again, MaxPax, he was punished so much in that game when it came to his Stalker losses. He lost far too much, far too quickly. Which is why, at a certain point, when MaxPax was harassing the mineral line, ByuN, he just sent it. He just sent it across the map. He knew that he did not need to defend, that he could end the game, and he did. And with that, that leads us into Game 4. And spawning in the bottom left-hand corner of Ultra Love, we have our South Korean Terran player, the Red Terran, representing Shopify Rebellion. It is ByuN. And spawning in the top right-hand corner, we have the Danish Protoss player, the Blue Protoss representing Sidestorm Gaming. It is MaxPax. Here we go. As ByuN will open up with another fake proxy racks. I'm assuming a fake one just because we're out here in the center, closer to the 3rd base location to flow back over. This is very similar to what we saw previously on Neon Violet Square. Wait, what, Gressman? The young poker gamer. No, he gets scouted. Oh, he does get scouted immediately here. Probe does confirm. The probe can delay. And can we deny the... If we can deny this Rax, I'm getting Game 1 and Game 2 vibes here. As the SCV is going to go down. The Rax is denied. There's no SCV. There's no Reaper. Second SCV comes in. Also takes a lot of damage. Yeah, a rough start here for ByuN. As, ooh, it looks like with solid RNG, he can finish. Yeah, he will finish the Rax. Thankfully, he will finish it. SCV barely escapes. And MaxPax, he at least knows what's going on. He's like, okay, you know, it's just a Rax opener. Double gas into a factory. No proxy, no cheese. He can just open up in a standard fashion. But yes, if you're in the chats and if you maybe just tuned in, if you're curious, wait, why were we on Gressfan? As we have been mentioning throughout the entire night, in OSC tournaments, we do feature an extended map pool. Maps like Romanticide and Gressfan and Error Home are in the map pool as a result. I'm sure this wouldn't be the last time someone asks in the chat, but it's all good. It's all good. Extended map pool. For now, we are going to be settling in. As we do have that factory on the way into the CC on the low ground, into the expand. Again, MaxPax just settling down, going for his own Twilight Council. Once again, most likely 3-gate Blink. 3-gate Blink is the stock standard way of opening up in this matchup. Very safe way to play things out. You can try to cut corners, but here on Ultra Love, it's risky. The map is far smaller than others. So we should be seeing safe play. Likewise, Adept does get across the map, takes down the SCV, delays the CC. Ooh, takes down the Reaper as well. Yeah, decent trades here from MaxPax. Slows down ByuN ahead of time. Second that arrives. Thankfully, this time there's a Hellion. And with the help of the Hellion, oh, another SCV falls. But the Adept gets cleaned up. And ByuN holds. ByuN holds, he will expand. Behind this, what do we see? That is a second Rax. Interesting. So with a second Rax before the starport, this is hyper aggressive. Going for a third Rax, this looks like a 2-base all-in. This looks like a 2-base all-in. This might be a reaction to losing those SCVs, to ByuN stumbling a little bit here in the early game. But he is basically prioritizing bio production, prioritizing stim, combat shields, prioritizing upgrades here, even tank production as well, before the starport, before Medivacs. So ByuN will have the option to pull the boys. Meanwhile, it does catch one of the Stalkers, busts into the main. The boys are being pulled. Oh my god, that is brutal damage. Oh my god. Yeah, the workers do line up. Probes are falling. And as that settles, that's going to be how many? 6 probes going down. Very nice damage here by ByuN. Very nice start. Get 6 probes. Now, this timing, this move out, typically hits with 2 to 3 tanks. So 2 to 3 tanks here for ByuN. We might even just completely skip the starport. If we get the starport, we push out with Medivacs. If we skip it, we just pull the boys. Speaking of, oh, that's a 4th, Jesus! 4th Rax! Okay, we're skipping the starport. This is hyper aggressive here. Typically, you can pull off an all-in without the 4th Rax, but ByuN, he's committing, and again, he should be working on stim at least. No stim yet. So far, he's holding on to the natural. Bunker is done, tank as well. No upgrades yet. There we go, stim is on the way, and we should be hitting that stim timing. Before that happens, we do dive in, the tank goes down, and before ByuN can get into his own build, he's falling. He is struggling. Mass repair will save the bunker. Whew. ByuN holds, but losing a tank already is brutal. Like, every tank is so precious when it comes to this all-in, because the tanks, they're the backbone of the army. That's what deals most of the DPS. MaxPax is getting a 3rd. And ByuN gets supply blocked. Oh, he does get supply blocked here. This is slowing him down even further. Deeper still in the way. Stalkers get behind the mineral line. This is helping ByuN as he can actually start making that tank. But tank production is heavily delayed here. MaxPax keeping him pinned. And ideally, MaxPax, he wants to buy time for charge. Charge, it just began. Stalkers are waiting outside. MaxPax, he hasn't seen the production yet. He doesn't know. He's not fully aware what's happening. Not fully aware. ByuN, if you notice, he's not making any SCVs. But this also means he has less boys to pull. But again, ByuN, he's been all in this entire time. Even before the 4th Rax was thrown down, and yeah, he pulls the boys. It's all or nothing for ByuN. Either he kills a MaxPax or he dies trying. It's gonna be one or the other. MaxPax, he confirms, is trying to slow this down, trying to force out a stim early on. Chips away at the Marines. These Stalkers are necessary back at home. As a MaxPax, he has to take this seriously. Shaving up more Marines. Another Marine going down. SCVs, they repair each other. And ByuN gets across the map. He has 3 tanks. This is all he has. 3 tanks, they siege up. They take down the gateway. Mortal production has begun. We did have that recall back home. And he does take down the pylon. And he barely depowers that robo. Nicely done. Solid start here for ByuN. Stims in. Takes down another pylon. Make sure the Immortal will not pop out. We're coming from behind and the tanks are going to fall. But beyond the ByuN, the Marauders, he sims in. He can still pull this off. Zelso, the charge is done. They collapse on the Marauders. They trade well. And the tanks were cleaned up completely. And ByuN, he's running out of steam. He's running out of steam. He's running out of army. He's down to 5 Marauders. Down to 3. And GG gets called. There's nothing left. And MaxPax will survive. He will claim the series 3-1. GG. GG, well played, MaxPax. He will take the series. Again, ByuN, he had a really rough start to the series. Like game 1 and game 2 was just really unfortunate. It was just a bit of a shame, as ByuN, his builds were completely shut down, and he never really got into even a 2-base economy in game 1 and game 2. He was shut down ahead of time. Game 3, he actually got into his build. He was able to get into the mid game in a much more comfortable fashion, and he was able to take it to MaxPax. And here in game 3, we saw a bit of a stumbling into this all-in, where ByuN, he was getting supply blocked. He lost the first tank. He did lose SCVs early on, which I think forced the all-in as well, and yeah, did kind of stumble his way into it. Likewise, MaxPax did a great job at punishing ByuN, at sniping those tanks, at sniping those SCVs, and slowing down the all-in. And in the end, ByuN, he just ran out of steam. Just ran out of steam too quickly. Just ran out of army. And with that, MaxPax will advance on into the next round. Let's go. MaxPax does advance on, and now we are getting ready for our next series. We're getting ready for our next match. It is going to be a best of 5 between Clem and Dark. Let's go. Here we go, as we are getting into our next series here. Into our fresh best of 5. And spawning in the top right-hand corner of Ultra Love, we have our red Terran player, our French Terran, representing Team Liquid. It is Clem. The reigning world champion, the best player in the world. And spawning in the bottom left-hand corner, we have the best Zerg player in South Korea. We have the blue Zerg. It is Dark. Here we go again. Dark, he is poised to join the military in the coming, or soon TM, maybe a better way of putting it, in the coming weeks, in the coming month. As a result, Dark, he has been less active as of late. He has rarely been playing in open cups and online tournaments. I believe the next big event he'll be playing in, though, is the Pigsty. I believe the Pigsty Festival. Dark is one of the invited players into the group stage. There is a chance that might be his final tournament, as the big side is going to be taking place over the course of the month. From here, though, Clem opening up 2-Rax Reaper. Let's go. Again, 2-Rax Reaper is still very much so a viable build. It used to be very trendy. It used to be all we saw last year, but nowadays we do see glimpses of it every now and then. You sprinkle it into a series. You don't rely on it too heavily, but the goal here of this opener, the goal here of this build is to deny the third, is to delay the third base and contain the Zerg on 2 bases for as long as possible. This is not all in, bear that in mind. Behind this, you expand and you turn this into a 2-on-1. Whether it's 3cc 2-on-1 or a straight up 2-on-1, yet to be determined. There are also variations of this where you can throw down a 3rd and 4th Rax and go into a stim timing with mass fire. ByuN, he has like 4 different variations of this. Clem a little bit less so. But the Reapers are on the way, and Dark does confirm. Dark, he does confirm the opener, does confirm the 2-Rax Reaper. From here, Dark should try to get eyes on the timing of the CC. For all he knows, it could be a 3rd Rax, and it could be 3-Rax Reaper, but he does get by, and he does confirm the command center. Or at least he will. Here and now. So Dark knows. Does see the timing of the CC. Reapers are moving out. Back at home, Dark, he should be contained. The drone does try to sneak out across the map, or sneak out upon that 3rd base. So far, it does keep the drone hidden. Drone is hidden. Reaper dips in. Now, Clem, he should be getting up to 3 Reapers, and he should skip, and he should not get additional Reapers unless there's a base, unless there's a 3rd hatchery. He rotates, he checks, and he will confirm there is no hatchery. The drone is hidden in the corner of the map. Is he going to check? He does check the corner, and he finds it. He does find the drone. And Dark, he's forced to morph in that gas geyser. Reapers at the bases, and Clem, he cuts Reapers at 3. Again, 3 is all you need. 3 is all you need. And Clem, he's accomplished his goal of containing Dark on 2 bases and finding the drone. So with that, Clem, he got what he wanted. Behind this, Clem, we mentioned 2-1-1. We have Stim on the way. We have the add-ons, Reactor, Tech Lab, 3rd CC. So it's going to be 3 CC 2-on-1 out of Clem. This is going to be a Stim timing with 2 Medivacs. This will hit a little bit later, though, because of the prioritization of the command center. Meanwhile, the drone was killed. Dark is still stuck here on 2 bases. Lings, they attempt to surround. Oh my god, the jukes, though. The jukes. The dives. Does avoid this round for as long as he can. But eventually, Clem will be locked down. But these Reapers, they did their job, as this 3rd base is so heavily delayed. It's a delayed 3rd here for Dark. Likewise, Clem, he's secured back at home. His add-ons aren't exposed. He has the high ground as well. And now it comes down to whether or not Dark can survive the 2-on-1 Stim timing. Dark back at home, he's droning, he's saturating, taking early gases. This screams 2-base Roach, so it looks like Roach Warren's going to be the play for Dark. Roaches can be a safe way to play, but with a rough economic start, there's not going to be that many Roaches to work with. So we'll see how Dark will respond. Dark, he did scout, he's aware. So he's aware that Dark has a little bit of time here to drone, because he knows that the 2-on-1 is delayed. It's later than usual. It's going to be a little bit later. Dark is droning. Where's the Roach Warren? He's going into a lair. He's getting an extra hatchery. Is he going to defend with purely Ling Queen? Okay, bold move. Okay, he's going for a macro hatchery. He's going for even the Bailey Nest, double Evo chamber. Big response reaction here from Dark. We'll see if he can survive though, because the reality is none of these upgrades and none of this tech is really going to be a factor when it comes to the defense. Not initially. So how many queens? 6. 6 queens and a handful of lings. Here comes the double drop. 16 marines, 2 medivacs and Stim. And Dark, he does spot this. Okay, he does spot this. He needs lings. There we go. Ling production has begun. Dark, he is on the line of being too greedy right now. He's on the line. But there we go. 22 lings in production. The double drop has arrived. Lings are not ready yet, but they're about to be in a couple of seconds. And Clem, wants the queens. He wants them. He sims in. He gets 1. He gets 1 queen so far. Gets 2. Trays well against the lings. Can he get a 3rd queen? He can. 3 queen kills. Very nice damage here from Clem. Again, Dark, he was on the line. He was punished for it. These lings were late. And because they were late, 3 queens went down. And suddenly, Dark, he goes from 6 queens down to 3. That is 3 queens for all 3 bases. So that is already good value for Clem. And he's not done. He wants more. Meanwhile, Dark, he's trying to rush into Ling Bane. Bathing speed on the way. This time we have enough lings. So Dark is holding. He's also spreading creep. Right now, that's the goal here of Clem, is to be active with these marines and scan and deny as many of these active tumors as possible. The goal is to deny. Does get 1 active tumor. He rotates. Does rotate over. Behind this, getting to his own 1-1 and 5 rack setup. Scans, he does miss. Ooh. Some of the active tumors. I say that, not quite able to get them. Denies some creep. At least some. But so far, Dark is keeping up. He's keeping up. Here comes the second wave. Here comes the second wave of reinforcements. Now up to 4 medivacs. Now the tanks should be kept at home. At least for now. Oh, actually, we could rally the first one across the map, but no, we're keeping it at home. Clem moves in. Sees the Ling Bane. Oh, I'll pick up. Doesn't lose anything yet. Dark making his way towards that expansion. He goes. The tank's unsieged. Yeah, tank is unsieged. Bane's ahead into the middle line. SCV is going to be going down. Massive connections. And can he break that natural? He breaks with the first tank. Where's the unload? Yeah, Marines are not in position. They're not here to protect the natural. And Dark, he busts in. He does bust in. SCVs are falling. That's going to be how many? 11 SCV kills so far. But Clem will hold. Clem, he does hold. And that was 12 SCV kills. That was not too worth it. You may be thinking, I mean, that's decent economic damage. Look at the trades. That was 96 lings. Almost 100 lings here for 10 SCVs, essentially. That's crazy. It's crazy efficient here for Clem. At least Dark did get 2 tanks. Yeah, did take down 2 tanks. There's only 1 tank left, but here comes a massive counterattack. Dark, he's getting ready for this. He has Banelings. Banelings, he gets some decent connections, but alas, the Banelings run out, and Clem, he stims in. He stims in. Dark is exposed. He's vulnerable. Banelings are targeted down, and Clem, he breaks through. He breaks through the defensive line, takes on every single Ling, every single Baneling. The Queens are exposed once again. Limited transfuse. And Dark, he cannot hold, he cannot defend, not against this. Ooh, gets 1 Baneling connection. Just the one. That was the final Baneling. That was all that he had left. GG gets called, and Clem, he will take game number 1. GG. GG well played. Just a very strong start out of Clem, sniping 3 Queens, trading against the Lings, and as we mentioned, even though Dark did some damage with his Ling Bane bust, remember, it was 100 Lings and, what, like 20 plus Banelings for 12 SCVs. Like, it was barely any damage. It really didn't slow him down. Yes, Dark did kill 2 tanks, but it isn't about the tanks, it's about the Marines, it's about the man with gun. Instant counterattack. Clem, he knew that he had the advantage, he knew that he had the lead, he just went for the kill. Went for the kill then and there. And that leads us into game number 2. Leads us into El Dorado. Let's go. Gonna be loading into El Dorado. 2025 is Clem's year. 2024 was Clem's year. What do you... Clem is literally the reigning world champion. But I would tend to agree, though, if you mean that, I mean, Clem, like, he's going to maintain dominance. It's looking to be the case. For sure. As here we go, spawning in the bottom right-hand corner of El Dorado, we have the French Terran player, the Red Terran, representing Team Liquid. It is Clem. And spawning in the bottom left-hand corner, we have the blue Zerg player, the blue Zerg from South Korea. We'll see if he can bounce back and tie things up. Pressure's on. It is Dark. If you're saying Clem is going to have another year, then I can get behind that. I can get behind that. Clem, after EWC, he has yet to really show too much weakness. We have seen players bring him down from time to time, like Hero, for example. Hero did defeat Clem during the last week's Monday Night Weekly. We had MaxPax take down Clem during the Little League Cup. True. But these are more exceptions than the norm. And we'll see if Dark can likewise bounce back against Clem. We know that he can, but the pressure is on. For now, hash gas pool. Loading into El Dorado, it is not uncommon for Zerg players to open gasless on this map, but specifically against Clem, it is difficult. If you recall during EWC, Cyril, he attempted so many times to play gasless against Clem, and every time Cyril went gasless, he got punished. He got punished so hard by the 1-1-1 Hellion Banshee aggression of Clem. And Cyril just couldn't do it. He just could not get away with it, could not play gasless against Clem. So I would suggest Dark not to attempt either, as he does open standard. Does go for a standard opener. Clem will confirm. He confirms the timing of the hatchery. He does get eyes on the lack of mining through these minerals. Does confirm there is no gasless start. Does confirm. Likewise, oh, we do. Oh, no! He does delay! Oh my god, hatchery gets morphed in, but the third base is going to be delayed once again. And this time against a standard build and a standard timing. So a strong start here for Clem. Once again, he delays. Once again, the drone is very low. Forces out a second gas geyser. And Dark is in a rough position here. It's a rough start for Dark. Reaper is in position, is locking down that drone. And Dark, up, he will not save the drone. The drone goes down. Dark, he's stuck on 2 bases. He's forced to expand here towards his opponent, taking the base on the right-hand side. But this is what Clem wants. Clem, he wants Dark to take a more exposed expansion. Because Clem, what's he going for? Once again, 3CC 211. Clem is quite fond of this. Quite fond of this. Last game, it made sense because of the 2-racks Reaper opener. But here, that is a 2nd racks before the starport. So once again, this is going to be a stint timing with 2 medevacs. For those that are curious of what this build entails and what this build doesn't entail, is an earlier add-on swap. This means that Clem, he's going to be stuck on a low Hellion count, just like last game. So low Hellions, faster Marines, and faster Bio. This does mean that Clem has less map control early on. It means that he has to rely on the medevacs and Marines to get to deny creep later on, and that is why Dark's creep was looking so good last game, because there are barely any Hellions to stop him. So again, only 2 Hellions, and we're going for a Bane Bust. We're going for a Bane Bust. That is a crazy early Bane nest here for Dark. Dark, he knows he's behind, he knows he's in a rough position, and Dark, he's going for an all-in. He is not droning. He has the hatchery, not making any workers. So Dark, he's going for a bust. Now, because Clem is cutting Hellion production, he's vulnerable. 100%. He is vulnerable to a Bane Bust. Hellions do amazingly here at kiting against Lings and shutting down Ling Bane, but only 2 Hellions. And Clem, he doesn't know. He doesn't confirm. We need bunkers. We need bunkers. We need Sim City. But Clem, he doesn't scout the base. He doesn't see lack of saturation. That's the downside of this map. How do you scout this? You have to mine through the minerals yourself. Without gaining access to the side of the map, you do not scout the tech. You do not scout the lack of saturation. And here comes the bust. And Darky's catching Clem with his pants down. The pants are down, papi. The all-in is coming. And Clem still does not know. Clem has no idea. He's opening up the 3rd base location. He's building up his bio. Still no bunker, still no Sim City. And Dark, he's going for the kill. Yeah, he does get up the ramp. The natural is open. Boys are being pulled away. Banelings are waddling in. They're slow Banes, but they're coming. And they will connect. Ooh, they crash into the mineral line. They're going for the bio. Clem, he kites well. Does Stim. Stim is done. Does kite all the way back to the mineral line. But Banelings, they don't quite connect. They don't quite crash in. Very nice control here out of Clem. Despite that 10 SCV kills, and there's still 2 more Banelings waddling in. Ooh. They do detonate a little bit prematurely. They detonate early. And Clem, he's holding. He holds. GG gets called. Clem, he kites beautifully into the main base. And once again, only 10 SCV kills. I will say, though, Dark, some of these Baneling connections were lackluster. They were on A move. They connected on 1 or 2 SCVs. So many were low, but they survive. And Clem, he takes the game. GG, he does take the game. Very impressive defense. Clem, he had no bunkers, he had no Hellions, he had no Widowmines, he had only Marine, he had only man with gun, and he did beautifully kiting all the way back. And again, Dark, when it came to the execution of those Banelings, left much to be desired. Did leave much to be desired there. GG, well played. Clem is now up 2-0. Clem needs 1 more game here to advance on to the next round. Let's go. 1 more game is all he needs. And everything was lining up. Everything, that was like the best case scenario for Dark, by the way. No Hellions, no Scout. Clem, he had no idea what was happening. He had no idea what was going on. Despite that, he reacted last second very well. And now that leads us into game number 3. And spawning in the bottom left-hand corner, we have the red Terran player, the French Terran representing Team Liquid, leading the series 2-0. It is Clem. And spawning in the top right-hand corner, we have the South Korean Zerg player, the blue Zerg representing himself. Down in the series, he has to fight back here and now to have a chance at forcing the ace match. It is Dark. Here we go. The early hatch blocks earned him. The early hatch blocks is what forced the all-in. I would say that didn't impact the strength of the all-in or Clem's position. I would say that forced the all-in more than anything. That just forced the all-in out of Dark. And again, everything was going beautifully there for Dark. It just came down to the execution when it comes to Dark side of the Link Bane, and when it comes to his Baneling detonations. Likewise, Clem's response. Again, he reacted really well, really well to be able to pull away in time. To be able to react, to be able to respond. A lesser player, or potentially any other Terran player given that situation, would have died then and there. Any other Terran would have died. And with that, Clem only needs one more game to claim this. Only needs one more. He just kited the bus. He did. That was crazy. Meanwhile, we do have a Hatch Gas Pool, standard opener out of Dark. Likewise, Clem going for his own racks into expansion. Oh boy. And again, the pressure is on Dark. We have yet to really be able to embrace a mid-game here. It's actually similar to MaxPax versus ByuN, where ByuN was shut down before he could get into his game. Same with Dark. Dark, he's being shut down before he can get into his game as well. But to be fair, Dark is the one that's been going for all-ins, right? Game 1, we did see a Bane bust out of Dark. Game 2, another Bane bust out of Dark as well. Different kinds of Bane busts, to be fair, but all-ins nonetheless. And Clem did survive both of them. Game 3, another Bane bust? Potentially. I would not be too fond of it on Amygdala though. Again, Amygdala is a very large map. It's so far the most macro map that we've held in this series. There are TCs on the way. And does Clem open up to 3cc 211 once again? I'm quite fond of it here on Amygdala. I'm quite fond of it just because of how large the map is. Hellions have a really hard time gaining value on this map. But our eyes are on Clem. There's the add-on swap. Tech Lab is on the way. And yep, second racks. Every game so far. I mean, game 1 was different because it was 2 racks Reaper. But game 2 and game 3, 3cc 211. Now, the reason why we're fond of this build on this map is because, as we mentioned, Hellions have a really hard time gaining value just because of the attack paths. Attack paths are very limited on this map, so it is very difficult for a Hellion to rotate between the bases and to get on top of these tumors. Because of that, it is easier to spread creep on Amygdala, and you may as well just not try to be aggressive with Hellions. So we see 2-on-1s a lot more often on this map. This is more common on Amygdala, as you just forego Hellion production and you embrace ByuN instead. Meanwhile, a shout out to este chileno. Let's go. Chileno Singaporean in the chat. Thank you so much. Gracias. Thank you so much for subscribing for 45 months. That's a lot of support for a very long time. Thank you so much. Chileno, one of the long-time supporters of the channel. Do appreciate it. As always, gracias. As always. Much love. So we are going to be settling in. Dark Order started on time this time. Yes, we expected that to be the case. Again, the rush distance by ground on Amygdala is longer, so it is more difficult for a player like Clem to deny the third base anywhere near as hard as he did on El Dorado, or as you can on Whispers of Gold, or even on a map like Ultralove. Meanwhile, Dark, he's going for a 4:30 lair timing, so early lair out of Dark. It is going to be lair first, second gas and third gas already on the way. And we're going lair first into a Baneling. So very safe opener here out of Dark. Basically what's happening is that Dark, he's delaying his Evo chambers in favor of faster Baneling speed. So lair into Banelings, into faster Baneling speed, into delayed 1-1. It does mean that Dark is going to fall behind in the upgrades, as the E-bays are already well underway, and the Evo chambers are just now beginning for Dark. So he will fall behind in those upgrades, but he will have at least a safe timing with those Banelings to survive against aggression. Speaking of aggression, here it comes. Here it comes at 3cc 2-on-1 timing. It's going to be 15 Marines moving out. The goal here should be to deny creep, catch Overlords, and potentially snipe some Queens, potentially. There are 7 Queens so far. Transfuse is available. We do supply block though. Overlord goes down. Supply block does fall. Mech is dead. Haven't seen much of it. We casted Realm Clay Mech a couple of days ago. On Sunday. So Mech is a rarity, but is seen from time to time, depending on the matchup. and depending on the player. Clem, he used to play mech in, he used to dabble in mech in TBT, but he doesn't play TBT anymore. When it comes to mech against Zerg players like Gumiho, players like ByuN, they do embrace it from time to time. But it is very much so a stylistic choice. And very niche as well, very map dependent. There are certain maps where mech is better, like Abyssal Reef, like Neo Violet Square. Other maps where it's worse. From here, Dark, he holds, he survives. Again, Bailing speed is finishing up in a couple of seconds. And Clem, he doesn't achieve too much here. So far, Dark is holding. And freely spreading creep as well. As you mentioned, denying creep spread on this map is much more difficult, just because you can deny creep here, but towards the top side, creep is spreading quite freely. It's hard to apply pressure and to rotate between both sides of the map. Very difficult to rotate so far, nice guiding. No losses here by Clem. Picks off some Blink Bane, and do you see what I see? Fast Infestation Bit into a 7-minute hive, even less than 7-minute hive. This screams Ling Bane Ultra. Now Dark is very fond of Ling Bane Ultra. There are some pros and some cons. The downside to this is limited anti-air. You have no Hydras, you have no Spire, you have no Mutas, no Corruptors, so drop play can actually get out of hand. The upside, of course, is that you can rush into Ultras a lot faster and overwhelm a ground-based army. Dark's anti-air is going to be Vipers. Is going to be Power Bombs. Meanwhile, nice rotation. Clem, he knocks down the base. He denies the fifth. Fifth base is denied. Dark, he has to race over. Clem is moving in. Dark, he goes for a counter attack instead. Oh no, opening up the rocks. Rocks are opened up. Clem, he pulls away. Hive is now done. And we're waiting for that Ultra Cavern. Rocks are being knocked down. Upgrades are on the way. Yep, there's that Ultra Cavern. Again, as we said, Dark is just very fond of Ling Bane into Ultra. It's seen very often. Dark getting a full surround, collapsing on the tanks. Yeah, tanks are exposed. Tanks are going to be the first to fall. Bailey's rolling in, and Clem, yeah, he gets caught out. Did overextend. Stuck around a little bit too long. At the same time, though, Clem, he does get into the mineral line. Drones are falling. The base as well. Dark out of position. It goes both ways. Rotating on this map is so difficult from end to end, from side to side. Dark was not ready. Base falls. Dark is knocked down to 3 hatcheries. He's being pulled apart. We mentioned this. Remember the drop play. The drop play is so difficult to deal with no anti-air. This is the big weakness of this style. As drops they head into the main, head down towards the low ground. They tread a lot against the Lings. Drop on the right-hand side, catching out Queens. Queens are falling. Oh my god. That's 3 Queens going down. Third base under fire. Barely saved. And Dark is struggling. He was so close to reaching that final form, so close to getting into Ultra upgrades and his Ultra production, but doesn't get there. We deny adrenal glands. No more Ling production. And Dark is being pulled apart. Yeah, he never got there. He never got there. He was close. He had a good fight, don't get me wrong, he had a very good fight, but alas, he's just being torn apart. He's just being torn apart by the drop play, by the multi-barrel aggression. Dark cannot keep up. Oh, good Bailey connection, so Bailey's do connect, but there's still just too much bio left over, and Dark is going for a massive counterattack. He's all in. It's all he has left. He does dive into the natural, into the main. Bases are going to be falling. But Dark, he does get himself with the production. As Dark is down to 3 hatcheries, and he will be losing everything. We're just going for the base trade. We're committed to the base trade at this point. 31 SCVs going down, losing everything. On the Bailings, they crash in. Clem not paying attention. He does take Bailings to the face. Ultras have arrived. Clem, he's running out of army. Gonna be forced back. Lings, they came with the production. Ultras have arrived. And Clem, he races back home. Now he still has a planetary, still has a full base mining. Clem's economy is still solid, more so than Dark. Widowmine's reposition. And Clem, he will clean this up. He will clean this up, and again, he's on 2 base. He's on 1.5 base, or 2 base economy here. Dark, he's on nothing. He has 1 base at the natural, barely any mining in the main, and no third. No third expansion. In a longer game state, Clem, he will be able to overwhelm. Dark right now, he needs to pull off a miracle. He needs as specified as he can. There are ultras, but they're lacking. They have no upgrades. Kindness plating isn't done. He has to wait for kindness plating. Otherwise, these ultras, they melt to marines. Even marines can bring these ultras down. Speaking of, I mean, even the Widow Mines, Jesus. The ultra barely survives. Oh no. They're so squishy, man. They're so squishy. But kindness plating is on the horizon, true. Almost there. Another base goes down. Nice. Oh my god. Brutal mine shots. Nice target firing on that Baneling. Going back for the drones. Oh. Bungle does connect. Yo, we have infestors. Okay. So, the reality is here, Dark, he can take one big fight. He can win the game in one big explosive fight, because how many ultras does he have? He has 5. He has 5 ultras. He has 2 infestors. He will soon have kindness plating. Dark has potential, but he can't let the game last too long. I mean, I say that, Clem is already maxed out. It's too late. Clem, he's already maxed out. Again, a 2-base economy. It's crazy. As Clem is moving out, and even with the best bundles imaginable, it's not going to be enough. It shouldn't be enough. So yeah, so many Widow Mines. Bungles are ready. Clemmy scans. He does see the infestors. Does pre-slits. Mine shots going up. And they shut down the army. GG gets called. Clem he overwhelms. And Clem will take the series 3-0. GG. GG, well played. Dark, he had his moments. Honestly, Dark, he played really well up until the drop into the main. Sorry, I should say up until the counterattack on the south side. If you recall, Dark, he was able to collapse on Clem's army, able to clean up all the tanks, able to catch out most of the forces towards the north side, but because Dark had centralized and he had focused his entire army towards that northern fight, he was completely exposed towards the south. And that's when Clem came in with reinforcements, that's when he killed the expansion, that's when he got the mineral line, and that's when the momentum swung in favor of Clem. It was right after that that Clem lifted up the army on the north, dropped into the main. And then we just saw multiple aggression, and we spoke about it. The big weakness of this style of Dark is the lack of, or the inability to deal with these medevacs, the inability to deal with these drops as they were left uncontested, and Clem took full advantage of that. So very well done there by Clem. If Dark had been in position, if he had been able to buy a little bit more time on that 4-base economy, then he most likely would have gotten into those upgrades faster, into ultras faster, into infestors, and then it would have been a very different kind of game state. So really well done there by Clem to be able to abuse Dark and to punish him early enough before Dark could really get into his final form of Ultra Tech. GG. GG, well played, very well done there by Clem. Clem, he will advance on into the next round, and what do we have next? We have the upper bracket finals. MaxPax took down ByuN, Clem took down Dark, which means up next we have Clem versus MaxPax. Here we go. As we make it here into the upper echelons of the bracket. And this will be our final series of the night. Let's go. Let us go. Lost 3 queens. Yes, he did lose 3 queens when Dark was trying to protect that southern base. That did happen. That was all like at that same time. All in the same segment, if you will. Sorry, just setting up the matches. Beautiful. Setting up the stream title as well. But yeah, we have our best of 5 ready here between Clem and MaxPax. Of course, we did actually feature these two face-off during the Wardy TV Monday. No, not Wardy TV Monday. During the Pickasaur Monday, yesterday, did feature them, and Clem did take down MaxPax 3-0. But now we have a rematch. Now we have our 2 players facing off once again, and I want to believe that we can have a back and forth between these two. I want to believe it's not going to be one-sided. We're not going to see a repeat of last night's series. Let's go. Coming into this, Clem is the favorite player. I mean, that's the reason why he 3-0'd MaxPax yesterday. But MaxPax, he can take it to Clem. Just because we saw that 3-0 last night doesn't mean that MaxPax can't bring it to him and even defeat Clem. I mentioned earlier that MaxPax did defeat Clem recently in Little League Cup in the big online event. When it mattered most, MaxPax was able to bring it over his opponent. But they do trade back and forth. And I'm hoping for an ace match. We did get one earlier today between Hero and Solar, true. I would love to see another, especially after these matches. Like MaxPax versus ByuN and Clem versus Dark were more one-sided. So I want to see more of a back and forth, especially mid-game. I feel like we barely didn't get any mid-game. We got one mid-game here out of Dark here in the final game, and we got one out of ByuN earlier as well. But I'm hoping for some more between these two as we are loading in. Here we go. Spawning in the top left-hand corner of Whispers of Gold, we have the French Terran player, the French Terran, the Blue Terran representing Team Liquid. It is Clem. And spawning in the bottom right-hand corner, we have his opponent. We have the red Protoss player from Denmark representing Sidestorm Gaming. It is MaxPax. Go. MaxPax really aggression, winning every small fight, gets in really quick wins. We have seen MaxPax take it to Clem in the mid game, and even in the late game as well. Like, they do trade, they do go back and forth. A lot of it is typically determined by early game momentum. Depending on who gains a lead early on, they're able to take that and run with it and snowball out of control into a greater economy, into greater map control as well. But typically it does come down to who is able to get that momentum, get that advantage first. First things first though, Rax expand. Economic opener out of Clem, going for a Rax into CC here on the low ground, single cast out of our Terran. Meanwhile, MaxPax going for a standard opener himself. Here we go. Clem makes it look so simple to punish the Zerg before they get their tech. True, it's one of those things where it isn't just about Clem pulling it off, but Clem knowing what Dark is up to, kind of piecing it all together and recognizing when Dark is vulnerable as well, which he is very good at. We see that a lot with Serral. I mean, we see that a lot with Clem versus Serral, where whenever Serral tries to be greedy, Clem, he's there to completely shut Serral down. It's crazy. But now we can see MaxPax, he did confirm the economic opener. He did delay the CC by like a second or two. So a nice little delay there by MaxPax as he does pull away, and Clem will expand. Again, economic opener, as we did mention. MaxPax standard opener back at home. And from here, we settle in. The games are always so good. They are. Always a lot of fun. As we can see, Clem, he does scout for the proxy, making sure that nothing is amiss. Let's rotate over. Likewise, back at home, safety bunker is on the way. Bearing in mind that Clem, he didn't SCV scout across the map, he didn't Reaper scout either, so he's playing it safe, getting a bunker, making sure that he doesn't lose the CC or doesn't lose the SCV. Speaking of, Adept is on the way, and the bunker should finish up in time for the Adept. Should finish in time. Once again, Twilight Council open out of MaxPax. If you were here for the previous series, you would know that MaxPax, he played Twilight Council every game against ByuN. And in general, as we mentioned before, he's been very vocal about his disdain for Stargate play. I wouldn't be surprised if we see Stargate at least once in this series, but it is very map dependent. As so far, one SCV does go down. Nicely done. Does avoid the bunker. And can he get a second SCV? Oh! We can. 2 SCV kills, very nicely done. Adept does barely survive on 2 HP. So far, a better start for MaxPax. Takes down 2 workers, denies mining time. Second Adept has arrived. And ideally, MaxPax, he wants that mule. Doesn't commit. Doesn't commit to the shade. So far, threading another dive. Behind this is going to be Blink. We have an extra gateway on the way. We should be seeing 3-gate Blink out of MaxPax. It is the go-to. So far, getting up to 2 gateways. Shuffling at a MaxPax. Saves the weakened Adept. back off. Back at home, we have our 1-1-1. No Banshee play here, going for the earlier Raven instead into Raven Harass. So Raven into tank. Likewise, I assumed it was going to be 3-gate blink. My apologies, it's going to be 2-gate blink into a third base. A much more economic build here by MaxPax. Bold move on a map as aggressive as Whispers of Gold. So greedy play here by MaxPax. We'll see if he can get away with it, as he does rush into a much faster third. Meanwhile, Clem, because of his build of choice, doesn't really have any pushing power anyway to punish. He has no medevac, he has no drop play. Only has the Raven. So far, he's kept at home by these Banshee, by these Adepts. Raven moves out for Harass. But for the most part, yeah, Clem, he's just being more passive back at home. Third TC's on the way. And that means that MaxPax, he will get away with that faster third. So nicely done here by MaxPax. He will get away with the greedy build. He won't be punished. From here, he can now take gases. He can start working towards greater tech. Blink is done. Into +1, into charge. Let's see what Clem can get done. We'll see what he can accomplish. Does move out with the Raven. Back at home, we have Stim on the way. We have more tank production. MaxPax does confirm this. He also saw the third CC, so he's aware. He's aware that he's safe, as Clem is expanding. Raven is poised outside the base. There's that charge that we did mention. Again, it's very trendy as of late to go blink into charge, into delayed Colossus, and delayed splash damage. We'll get there eventually, but until then, MaxPax, he picks away at the add-ons. Not bad. Going for the Tech Lab. Tech Lab goes down. Ooh. Does take some tank shots to the face. Meanwhile, here comes that auto turret. He gets 3 probes. Not a bad start. The Raven does survive. That's what's important. The Raven lives, and we do need to get more damage over time. So more auto turrets here towards the natural, towards the third base. Speaking of our tech, speaking of damage, here comes the Bay on the way. Again, MaxPax, he delayed it in favor of faster charge. It is a safer way to approach this. If Clem moved out, there'd be plenty of charge also to defend against that. And MaxPax is soon going to embrace those Colossus. So we're gearing up towards the mid-game. We're gearing up. MaxPax will soon take a 4th, as Clem takes his 3rd. So far, MaxPax maintaining map control, gaining a greater economy. Still needs more time for his army to really come online. Do not underestimate the power of the ByuN army that Clem is building up. Once he breaks out, he's going to have some pushing power to potentially counterattack and apply pressure to the 4th base. As here comes the 3rd. So Clem expands. Clem breaks out from the contain. Does have Stim, doesn't want to waste it. Sending back the army. Tank does siege. 3rd base not being taken. MaxPax, he's here to delay the 3rd for as long as he can. He does thread the mineral line. Oh, gets a couple of shots off. No major damage. Takes down 1 Widow Mine. Not bad. Takes down a mine. And Clem should have noticed that. He should notice that there's an observer. So there we go. He does notice. Takes down the observer. He's like, how did you kill my Widow Mine? What's going on? And Clem is down 3 bases. Now, as he takes his 3rd, we can see once again, if Clem moves out, MaxPax is ready to move in. Now, ideally, MaxPax wants to wait for a distraction. There we go. He's distracting the main army. He does force the Stim. And here comes MaxPax into the natural. Clem out of position. SCVs are under fire. So far, though, good reaction, good response. Clem barely loses any SCVs. Oh, gets caught out, though. Yeah, nice force fields. 2 Marauders fall. Very nice pickups. Here at the natural, 3 SCV kills. Bunker is done, though. Bunker's in position. MaxPax moving in. Trying to pull Clem apart. So far, Clem, he is keeping up. He is sustaining himself. MaxPax gets 1 more SCV. And he still has that Zealot run by ready here at the natural. And likewise, a Prism into the main. He's ready for Clem to move out. Until then, now getting a 3rd Colossus. Once we get up to 3, then we can start Disruptor production. So Disruptors will soon be on the way, alongside a 2nd Robo, alongside extra gases to afford all of that. So MaxPax is almost there. Likewise, charging on top of the main army. Tanks are exposed. Where's the ByuN? Yeah, tanks are going down one after the other, and MaxPax, he will break the third. Third is being broken. Mineral line's going to be going down. GG gets called, and MaxPax takes game number 1. MaxPax does take the first game. Very well done. And again, MaxPax gaining momentum, gaining map control very early on there. And alas, Clem could not really keep up. He was just stuck at home the entire time. GG. GG, well played. Now, a big reason for this, winding it back, again, a lot of this does come down to the early game. If you remember, MaxPax did cut corners early on. He was greedy, and remember, he wasn't punished. There was no mine drop, there was no major harassment, no major move out early on by Clem. Clem went for an economic opener into tank Raven, and we did have some Raven harass, but for the most part, MaxPax, he got away with a faster third base. Into a faster fourth base, of course, into a greater economy, larger army, did overwhelm. Did overwhelm Clem, and Clem was not able to punish the greed of MaxPax. That leads us into game number 2. So far, a strong start here from MaxPax, and we'll see if Clem can punish some of that greed. We'll see how Clem will adjust coming into ley lines. Let's go. I'll be honest, I'm a little bit surprised that I'm a little bit surprised that Clem went for a passive start, considering how small Whispers of Gold is. I expected something more aggressive. We'll see if that changes loading into ley lines. As spawning in the bottom left-hand corner of ley lines, we have our Danish Protoss player, the Blue Protoss, representing Storm Gaming, leading the series 1-0. It is MaxPax. And spawning in the top right-hand corner, we have the red Terran player, the red Terran representing Team Liquid. Down to the series, we'll see if he can bounce back. It is Clem. Well played, early third. Yes, as we did mention, as we did point out, as we did mention during the game, MaxPax got away with more greed, got away with a greater army, of course, with map control. This time, we'll see if Clem opens up double gas. As a reminder, last game, Clem did go for an economic start, which meant that he had a more passive game. Yep, there it is, double gas. So Clem, he's had enough being the defender. Instead, he's going to be the aggressor. Double gas opener leads into a faster factory, leads into a delayed CC. From here, Clem can go into Reactored Reaper Hellion. He can go into a Banshee-based opener. He can go into a Cyclone drop, into a tank drop as well. Clem has, or even a committed mine drop, into a committed mine drop. Clem has a lot more options now that he does open up double gas. So I do appreciate this change of pace. We'll see how he does follow this up. Likewise, he locks in the probe, and the probe should be shut down before really seeing too much here. But MaxPax will at least confirm both gases. So upon confirming both gases, MaxPax most likely will not play 2 gates into a third. He'll most likely respond with a 3-gate opener instead. So we're expecting something more aggressive or something more safer out of MaxPax, considering the opener and considering the change. This would be a good map for Stargate because it's large. I would say Stargate openers are more viable on larger maps than ley lines. So I'm referring to Neon Violet Square, Abyssal Reef, and King's Cove. Those are the 3 maps that come to mind. It is riskier here on ley lines or Ultra Love or even Abyssal Reef, of course. Ley lines is larger than Whispers of Gold, but is smaller than the other 3 maps that I mentioned. Smaller than Neon, Abyssal, and King's. Likewise, the otherwise mentioned maps are also more defendable as well. They're not just large, they're also very fortifiable on 3 and 4 bases. From here, Twilight Council. Twilight Council opener. That will threaten the shade. Oh! And attempts to dive on top of the Reaper. Nice control at it. Clem, he shuts down the Adept. This time doesn't lose anything. And now he moves out. He moves out. He is continuing Reaper and Hellion aggression. Is continuing production. He's moving out, making his way towards that natural, and we'll see if he can break through. So far, yeah, we fully wall up. MaxPax, he fully walls up, aware he cannot stop this army, not yet. Waiting for reinforcements. He's down to 1 Stalker, and MaxPax, he's buying time. He's buying time for an extra warp in. There we go. 2nd Stalker has arrived. Up! He wants to get in. Yeah, KDA charge can knock that Stalker out of position. Hellions, they dive into the bases. Boys are being pulled. And workers are falling. Massive damage here. Yeah, probes are falling left and right. Gonna get 4 probe kills so far. Can he get another volley? 6 probes. 6 probes and potentially a Stalker. Nicely done. Yeah, 6 workers, a Stalker, almost a 7 worker towards the end. MaxPax will hold, but damage has been done. And Clem isn't done here. He hasn't finished. Behind this, Cyclone production into a medevac, into drop plate. So Clem is gearing up for some drops across the map. Meanwhile, MaxPax trying to regain map control. Behind this, how many gates is he on? 2 gate. I'm a little bit surprised. Yeah, 2 gate opener, not 3 gates, so he has limited warp-ins. Yeah, very limited warp-ins here for MaxPax. If you recall, we assumed it was going to be a 3 gate opener, not 2. MaxPax, he does attempt to counterattack, but he doesn't really have much to work with. Oh. So far, that's not good here on the Stalker. Cyclone takes a lot of hits. Oh my god. Cyclone takes a lot of damage. Clem chasing him down. Oh my god. Calm down. As Clem pulls away. Again, that Cyclone is incredibly low. Behind this, going into the Viking. The Viking just shut down that War Prism. Tank production well underway. He's got 1 tank so far in the main. And MaxPax, yeah, 2 gates blink into a 3rd. But the 3rd base is later than last game because of the early aggression. But still, economic build here by MaxPax. And it means that MaxPax has that much less to apply pressure. So basically what's happening here is that MaxPax, he's puffing up his chest. He's like trying to scare Clem into being more defensive, when really he's expanding. So we'll see if this works out. We'll see if this pays off. As Clem, he didn't scout the main. Yeah, he didn't scout the main base. He doesn't know how many gates there were. Clem walling up, getting another tank, being hyper defensive. So far, this is working well here for MaxPax, but what I will say is, unlike the previous game, this is a later expansion, and he lost probes, right? He lost workers, later expansion. This is still a better start for Clem. Right now, there is pressure on MaxPax to not just get away with an economy, but also get damage done. Spreads out those Stalkers. Does spread out the Stalkers. Likewise, pinned outside the bases, waiting for any kind of move out. Observer sees everything in the main. And now we transition into charge +1 and the gateway explosion. Just like the last game, we're going into delayed Colossus. Delayed Colossus, delayed gases, faster zealots. Scan takes down the observer. Observer does fall. As the observer falls, Clem is going for a drop across the map. Is moving out. Go safety turret just in case. I do like this, considering that Clem had a stronger start. He's getting ready for DTs, right? Dark Templar is something that we do enjoy. 2 base all in. My apologies, 2 base all in here from Clem. I didn't notice he threw down 2 more Raxes, no add-ons. Based on their positioning, they're hidden away from the observer. There's no add-on potential whatsoever. He chose to throw down these 2 Raxes instead of a 3rd CC. So 2 base all in. Clem, he might pull the boys with this. He might pull the boys. And again, because of the early lead, right now MaxPax is vulnerable. Remember, he has no Colossus. Colossus production was delayed. He did take a faster 3rd base. He has less of an army. And here comes Clem. Clem, he unsieges. He's going to be rallying everything across the map. Stim is now done. +1 in a couple of seconds. Likewise, Prism threatens to dive into the natural. MaxPax going to try and slow him down. Does attempt to. Zelts into natural, plenty of reinforcements. Yeah, Clem, he holds. He will hold, he will defend. He does force MaxPax back home. And that means he can just send it. He can just send it across the map. This 3rd base is very exposed. 3rd base is vulnerable. Drop survives. Tanks do siege in this base. It's going to go down. MaxPax is going to try to save it. Nice force fields. But the base, yeah, the base goes down. There's no saving this. Clem, he overwhelms, and Clem ties up the series 1-1. Whew. GG. GG, well played. Clem, he pulled off the 2-base all-in. Again, a lot of power behind this was because 1, early economic damage that Clem dealt, 2, MaxPax went for a greedy economic follow-up, or I say economic build in general, going 2-gate blink into a 3rd base, and MaxPax just could not stop it. Didn't even need to pull the boys. I assumed he would, but alas, 2-base all-in did work out regardless, and Clem overwhelmed. GG. GG, well played. With that, we have a back and forth, we have a tied scoreline, and who will extend that lead? Who will gain an advantage in the series? As we get ready for game number 3, loading into one of the larger maps in the map pool, loading into Amygdala. Let's go. Let us go. And spawning in the top right hand corner, of Amygdala, we have the Danish Protoss player, the blue Protoss representing Sidestorm Gaming, being forced into our tied series, but we'll see if we can bring it back. It is MaxPax. And spawning in the bottom left hand corner, we have his opponent. We have the red Terran player for Team Liquid, from land of France, representing Team Liquid. It is Clem. Momentum is on his side. And welcome one and all to Amygdala. Amygdala is one of the larger maps in the map pool, very defendable as well. I mean, we saw that this was the one map that Dark was able to get in towards Hive Tech. He did fall as he got into Hive Tech and Ultras, but he was able to get up to a 4-base economy. We expect something similar here as well, where it is a little bit easier to expand and to maintain your 4-base setup on Amygdala. Likewise, the rush distance by ground is very long, but the rush distance by air is short. Just because of all these rocks, it makes it awkward for a ground army, but drop play can still be quite effective. Double gas. Once again, double gas opener. Now, as a reminder, last game this led into Reaper Hellion aggression early on. Very committed Reaper Hellion. We don't have to see that again, though. Clem has options. He could go Reaper Hellion for a second game, true. Could do it again. Or he could go for a faster tech lab on the starport into Banshee. He can go into earlier Cyclones. He can go for earlier tanks. There is potential here for Clem to mix it up. Regardless, aggressive start. And MaxPax confirms. He does see both, or he did see the mining worker, so he did confirm both gases. And if you recall last game, because of the double gas opener, we assumed, or I assumed, that MaxPax was going to open up 3-gate blink, but he didn't. He still was quite greedy in his response. He opened up 2-gate blink instead. Here on Amygdala, the rush distance by ground is longer than that on ley lines, so I could see an argument for 2-gate blink here as well, more so than 3-gate, more so than ley lines, but at the same time it's still quite risky, and I don't know if you want to take that risk against Clem of all players, right? He's literally the reigning world champion. Like, he's known for being aggressive as well, and I don't know if it's wise to cut corners against him. Not in this kind of game state. We just see Clem going for the CC on the high ground, so a very safe location for the command center. Factory is done. It is going to be a Twilight Council opener out of MaxPax. Twilight Council into Blink. There's that tech lab, and the question becomes, with this starport follow-up, do we go for an add-on swap? Do we go Cyclone into Medevac into Tank Drop across the map? Tank Drops are very popular on this map because of the short rush distance by air, which we did mention. They are popular, so that's what you got. It's not Hellion, not this time. And there are no Reapers, Marines instead. So Cyclone with Marines. And we're waiting for that Medevac, and we're waiting for the Tank Drop follow-up. That's what this feels like. Adept pokes in. Sees the command center on the high ground. Does support the command center. Yep, Medevac's on the way. Most likely after the Cyclone, we should be seeing a tank. So this is going to be an early tank drop. Hyper-aggressive build here from Clem. He's going to be rallying everything across the map. And MaxPax, how many gates will he have? Gateway, Robo, we have 1 gate in the main, so far 2 gates and a Robo. 3rd gateway, let's go. 3rd gateway gets thrown down for the first time this series. 3-gate blink, a very safe opener. So far so good. Likewise, if MaxPax realizes how much danger he's in, if he realizes how much or how aggressive we're being here, then he can make a safety immortal. Speaking of, 2nd pylon's on the way, and a shield battery as well. He is reacting very strong to this. So a very strong reaction out of MaxPax. Clem is moving out. Now, I assumed it was going to be a tank, It is not. No tank add-on swap instead. It's going to be Cyclone and a Marine drop. It is less aggressive, but aggressive nonetheless. Does catch the Adept. He's moving in, and does force a very strong response out of MaxPax. Very strong response. Clem dips into the main. Harasses the natural. Marines do drop in. They're going for the mineral line. And boys are being pulled. And so far he gets one. He gets two. He gets three. 3 probes so far. Not bad. Stalker as well. Blink is not done. Finishing up in 10 seconds. And a Stalker goes down. He gets 1. He gets 2 more Stalkers. Oh, this is getting out of hand. It's getting out of hand here. 8 probe kills. 8 probes and 2 Stalkers. Did I say 8? Up to 9. And the medevac survives. The medevac does survive. Does get out. And Clem does kick things off with a lead. So the aggression was worth it. Behind this, he's saturating on 2 bases. Getting a 3rd Rax, getting to a 3-1-1 setup. And bearing in mind, Clem, he saw everything. He saw both gateways at the natural, and he saw the gateway in the main. He knows about the 3-gate blink. He's getting ready. Bunker's almost done. Tanks are sieging up. Sim City is solid. He knows what's coming. Even a 2nd bunker just to be secure, just to be safer. Now, even though he knows what's coming, can he survive it? Can he defend? Stalkers, they blink in. Oh. Raven pulls away. Stalkers, they're pinned back. Nice control with the SCVs. But 2 SCVs still fall. 3 SCVs. Oh my god. Stalker does fall though. MaxPax, he gets punished for the blink. Getting a 3rd. Yeah, MaxPax, he's getting a 3rd base. He's not reinforcing anywhere near as hard. MaxPax, he doesn't believe he can break the defensive line of Clem, so he takes the 3rd base instead. And I don't think that MaxPax can break him either. So he's going to try to macro out of this. Right now, the pressure's on MaxPax to find some damage. Ideally, he wants to catch a tank, get a medevac, a Viking, a couple of Marines, a Marauder, maybe deny some of these add-ons, get into the mineral line. Needs something. Does blink in. Doesn't get an SCV. Oh, he's forced to recall as well. So, rough game here for MaxPax. He didn't find the damage he was hoping for. And now the question becomes, where's the 3rd CC? We should be seeing a 3rd CC momentarily here for Clem. One of 2 things. Either we see a 3rd CC or 2 more Raxes. It's going to be the CC. Yeah. Clem is in position. There it is. 3rd CC is on the way. No crazy 2-base roll in this time. He is expanding. He is expanding. MaxPax, he's still looking for damage. Behind this, working towards his follow-up. Charge, +1, gateway explosion. MaxPax, he will get an SCV. Gets 1. 1 SCV goes down. Now working towards his Bay, working towards Colossus. Fun fact, despite seeing the same build 3 games in a row, we have not seen a single Colossus yet. Like, we haven't seen a single Colossus in this series. We've just never gotten that far. We've had some fast games. Oh, I guess, actually, we saw 1 Colossus in Game 1. True. We did see 1 Colossus at the end of Game 1. That was basically when the game ended, if you recall. Didn't get there in Game 2. But we should get there this time. Bay is finishing. Colossus should be on the way. And Clem, he breaks out. Does break out of his contain. And from here, ideally, Clem wants to deny the 4th. He wants to deny the 4th base. Ooh, before that can happen, though, MaxPax, he's ready for a run-by. This has potential. Oh. Like, as Clem moves out, MaxPax can move in. And this has potential for a lot of damage. There is a Viking in position, though. Oh, Clem will spot this ahead of time. He doesn't turn around, he commits. Does commit, more auto starts into the main base. He's also going to be falling. And Clem, he is bleeding out SCVs. That's going to be 8 SCV kills. Prism goes down. And here comes the main army. Here comes the main force. And MaxPax, what does he have to defend? He has a couple of Zealots. The Colossus is halfway done. Clem, he scans. He's looking for the base. He just checked the 4th towards the top side. Remember, his goal here is deny the 4th. Deny the 4th base, but there is none. Not yet. Just now on the way. That expansion is so vulnerable. Clem is chasing down these stalkers. Still doesn't know where the expansion is. Oh, MaxPax, he spins towards the top side, and Clem, he rotates. He's already here. Wow, good read here by Clem. He rotated ahead of time, and he will contain MaxPax. And the base is not going to finish. And that is Clem's win. Oh my god, oh no! The Stalkers. The missed rally. Walks into the army. MaxPax in trouble here. Zealots are falling one after the other. Clem moving in. Has that supply lead. And again, a lot of this came down to the early game as well. Like MaxPax, he's been struggling to recover this entire game. And he's now up against the wall. He has 2 Colossus, true. But he has no Zealots. He has no buffer. He needs those Zealots to build up. He needs some kind of support for the Colossus. Tanks are moving. Oh, not moving in. Clem backs off. Clem does retreat. Falls back to the Widow Mines. Respects the warp in. Clem being very careful. And true, Clem, he doesn't have to push in. He doesn't have to engage. Remember, what is Clem's win condition? Deny the 4th. If he can contain MaxPax on 3 bases, then Clem, he's ahead. That's all he needs. Just deny the 4th base time and time again. If he sees an opening, he can go for the kill. But outside of that, there's no rush. There's no rush for Clem. As Clem is on 3 bases himself. Clem now taking up into the Ghost Academy. Armory as well. He rotates. MaxPax taking the 4th. Clem, he's here to knock it down. Again, this is all Clem has to just rotate and deny the 4th. Where are the Stalkers? Stalkers are a little bit far back. Yep, there's a cancel. There's a deny. It's just a game of whack-a-mole here. Just back and forth and back again. Clemmy pulls away. MaxPax, he will attempt to re-expand. The Marine does spot the probe. MaxPax trying to counterattack, trying to catch out the army. Tanks are sieged. MaxPax, he needs a base. At the same time, though, going for a Zealot run by, there is a bunker in position. The Widow Mines, oh my god, Widow Mines don't quite go up. And nice counterattack here by MaxPax. He does distract the army. Everything races back home. Clem turns around. Does turn back around. The Observer does confirm this. MaxPax catching any kind of stragglers. 3 SCVs do fall. Decent damage, and here comes the 4th base. Now, MaxPax, he did force Clem back home, but can he actually hold on to that 4th? Can he get it up and running? That's the question. It's been a struggle, but it's on the way. It's on the way. Does get a Viking. Let's bring one down. 4th CC is already done for Clem. Oh, he is still ahead. Yeah, Clem, he still maintains a lead. So typically in this matchup, the Protoss player wants to be up a base to maintain their economy against the Terran because of mules. Because of just how expensive a Protoss army can be as well. Protoss they need to be up an expansion against Terran. Right now, we're getting even on bases, which is better for Clem. So Clem, he has a better economy. And, I mean, that's easily reflected now in the supply. Clem is maxed. The reason why it's maxed because it's been 3 base versus 3 base. Like, Clem just has had the better economy the entire game. Never goes up. Ooh, nice splits. Does avoid. With a couple of Novas, though, we could recover. Depending on those connections. Speaking of, no connections yet. Max is going for another Zealot run by, but there are reinforcements, or a Ghost, or a Widow Mines, or a Vikings. Clem, he defends, and he pushes in. He scans. No 4th? Where is it? Top side. 4th base is elsewhere. Clem, he rotates. Leaves out a couple of SCVs. Dark Templar on the way. The base is getting up. We have cannons, we have shield batteries. MaxPax is in position. Despite being down in supply, with some well-placed Novas, MaxPax, he can hold. Oh. Gets a Viking. Gets a Viking. DTs, they hit the mineral lines. SCVs are going down. No turrets. He's not ready. Yeah, Clem, he's being eviscerated back at home. The Dark Templar, the Invisible Man. MaxPax, he's coming back in this game. 27 SCV kills. Likewise, catching out reinforcements as a free tank as well. Clem, he had a massive lead, he had a massive advantage. He was up like 30-40 supply. But now suddenly MaxPax is tying this up. The power of the invisible man, it's still there, by the way. The DTs are still wreaking havoc. Mate, how do you recover from a 30 supply deficit with Dark Templar? There's still one in the main as well. 35 SCV kills. And these DTs are winning MaxPax this game. Yeah, the MVPs from MaxPax. 3 Dark Templar. Clem, he misses the main army. We couldn't base rate. We couldn't end up in a base rate here. As Clem goes for the 4th, MaxPax just goes straight for the natural. Oh. Spots the main army, takes out the tank. Now, in a head-on fight, I still favor Clem. Bear that in mind. I do still favor him. Well, here comes a surround. An attempted surround, massive EMPs. Nervous go up. They catch some of the army. Clem forces split. But the Colossus go down. Vikings, they land on the disruptors, and MaxPax, he will lose everything here. He will lose everything. There's a recall, and he saves one. He saves one disruptor. As MaxPax, he plummets in supply. GG gets called. That fight was not it. And Clem, he will still take the game. He will take a lead. GG. Whew. GG, well played. A much stronger fight there for Clem. Shout out to MaxPax, though. He made a game out of it. He eviscerated the economy. He basically forced Clem all in. But the problem is that, again, as we mentioned, Clem in a head-on fight, he was still favored. He still had a terrifying army. And even though MaxPax did cripple the economy, he could not fight that army head-on. Not like that. Not in that kind of open area. Not without shield batteries and cannons and support. In the end, MaxPax did lose everything. GG. GG, well played. With that, Clem is 1 game away from claiming the series. 1 game away. And we'll see if he can. We'll see if MaxPax can force the ace match. Can MaxPax force the ace match? The pressure is on. Here we go. Seems whoever gets early momentum gets the win. Right now, I would say the consensus amongst the pro players, like referring to thoughts from Skillus, from MaxPax, from Clem, from ByuN, they've said that early momentum in TVP, not just these 2 players, but in this matchup specifically, is really important. It's just really important in TVP. Like, early momentum typically does dictate how a lot of the game goes. Not saying that it confirms the win. Like, even last game, for example, Clem was ahead early on, but MaxPax, he almost pulled his way back in, right? Like, there are ways to recover, there are ways to bounce back, but it's like it is a big part of this matchup. And here we go, spawning in the bottom left-hand corner of Ultra Love, we have our Danish Protoss player, our blue Protoss, representing Storm Gaming, up against the wall. We'll see if he can recover. We'll see if he can bounce back and force the ace match. It is MaxPax. And spawning in the top right-hand corner, we have the French Terran player, the red Terran representing Team Liquid. It is Clem. Hello. What's going on? As Clem, he does move out with the SCV, and I imagine this is going to be for an eBay block. Yes, he's going for the block here at the natural. His goal here is to disrupt the opener of the Protoss, as the eBay is on the way. We go. Clem had to defend a lot of harassing counterattacks and a lot of army movement before we could finally force a head-on engagement. Yes, in that last game, as we kind of were mentioning, there was a lot of pressure on MaxPax to do any kind of harassing damage because he was behind, right? Because he was contained on 3 bases. Clem was doing a great job at containing MaxPax, and MaxPax, he had to get some damage done, and he was, right? I mean, whether it was a little bit less so the Zealot run bys, but the DTs, right? Like, the DTs really did almost seal the deal there for MaxPax, did kind of force the all-in out of Clem. Meanwhile, Clem got what he wanted. What did he want? eBay block, and he forces the unnatural natural. This is the ideal situation for Clem. And now it's on Clem to punish this. So now that we're in this kind of game state, MaxPax is very awkward to defend both locations at once. Whenever Clem moves out, if he goes Reaper Hellion, for example, he can pick and choose. Does he want to harass the natural? Does he want to harass the main base? He can go back and forth. It can be very difficult for a Protoss player to defend in this position. Not impossible, but difficult. You have to split up your army. We need shield batteries as well. We need static defense. So right now the ball is in Clem's court. Ball is in Clem's court. Twilight Council opener out of MaxPax. Going for extra gateways. Reaper dips in. And does catch some transferring workers. First probe goes down. And Clem, he is making only the one with Hellion. Okay, only one Hellion, not additional Hellions. So just one Hellion into a mine drop. Clem gets a second probe. And he does get a full scout. He confirms the tech and the opener. Twilight Council with extra gateways. So Clem is aware. Adept shades into the main. Adept gets a full scout as well. Gets a full scout of the main base. Confirms the 1-1-1. Confirms the CC on the high ground. We'll lose the Adepts, but not bad. Not bad here from MaxPax. At least he confirms the lack of add-ons as well. That's what's important here. So without any add-ons, he knows there's no Cyclone. He knows there's no Banshee. He knows there's no early tank. It should be Widowmine. So MaxPax, he can deduce what's going on. I mean, the other, yeah. I was going to say the alternative would be Reactor Reaper Hellion, but he knows that there are no Reapers. Marines instead. MaxPax trading very well here. Picks off 3 Marines. We'll lose the Adept. Widowmine's forced to burrow. And Clem, he doesn't go for anything too aggressive here. Stays back at home. So even though MaxPax had an uncomfortable start, he's not going to be punished. He's not going to be punished. MaxPax, he will be able to freely saturate and get a third base. Question becomes, how many gateways is getting a third gate? So 3 gate blink out of MaxPax. Also, he did zone away the medevac. He was able to keep up and force Clem back. So far, nice movement here by MaxPax. Zoning away the Terran. And now we need to take stock here when it comes to the openers. I mean, MaxPax, he's getting his 3rd gateway, not a 4th. He's moving out with the Prism. MaxPax is about to gain map control. And Clem just hasn't really been too aggressive, and he doesn't really have much aggressive potential. He's going to be more defensive instead. He's going to be stuck at home. He's building up tanks. He's going to be stuck at home. And MaxPax now has potential to find some damage. Let's go. Moves out. Hellion does hit the mineral line. Oh. Gets 1 probe. Just the 1. Stalker's moving in. There is 1 tank to defend. Does blink in. Goes for the tank. Gets 1 volley up. Gets 2. Tank goes down. Massive pickup. And with that, Stalkers have free reign to the main base. They have free reign. They pick up the Marines. He can go for the mineral line. Boys are being pulled. Clem is in trouble here. Oh my god, lose the Raven. Okay, Raven goes down. Tank goes down. SCVs. Getting how many? 2 SCVs so far. MaxPax trades well. He trades well across the map. The Widowmine drop does nothing. Gets 4 workers in total. Is zoned away. Clem, where are we going? the boys, it's too early. He does pull the boys. They do arrive, and that is potentially 5 dead workers for free. That is not intentional. That is miscontrol out of Clem, and this is some pretty substantial damage here. Losing 5 SCVs. Ay, ay, ay. Again, that should not have happened. Basically, those were the workers that Clem pulled when he was defending the main. It looks like he A-moved those SCVs across the map instead of just here in the main base, and he never rerouted. He never rerouted the SCVs. So with that, that's 5 more worker kills, and Clem, he's falling apart a little bit here. Server goes down. But Clem is contained, down in workers, and MaxPax, he wants to break through. There's no tank. There's no tank on the low ground. Targets down the Marauder. Doesn't quite get it. Oof, does get the Viking. Viking goes down. Clem is still up against the wall. Widowmine drop comes in. Oh. Waddling forward. MaxPax does pull away. Oh my god. Calm down. The retargeting. Does pull away in time. MaxPax defends, and MaxPax takes the lead. He's on 3 bases. He's on a 3-base economy. He's up in workers. Clem is still trying to fortify himself, trying to recover. And MaxPax, he's chilling. Nice snipe on the other observer. Nice snipe. But all MaxPax has to do is contain. Just spread out his stalkers, make sure he catches any kind of drop play, and contain Clem while he saturates on 3 and then takes a 4th. Like, there's nothing stopping MaxPax from getting a 4th base as well. The only thing stopping him would be a 2 base all in, but checking his vision, he saw the 3rd CC. He knows he's safe. He knows that he's safe to expand. If he didn't see the CC, then he might be a little bit more apprehensive about taking a 4th, but he knows he is free to do so. So MaxPax is getting a 4th base, building up his gateways, getting to charge. Soon we'll begin Colossus production. Drop moves out, gets spotted by MaxPax. And Clem has to get out of here. Oh! Doesn't blink in. Whew. Doesn't quite blink. Clem gets away. But the drop is denied. That's what's important here. Clem, he attempted to drop across the map, but he got spotted. Likewise, Zell dropping to the mineral line. Trying to force friendly fire. Clem still trapped. I'm still stuck. Still stuck at home. Looking to break out. See, he's not getting his 3rd. 3rd base is on the way. Stalker's pushing forward. And you can see MaxPax getting ready here for a bit of a tri-pronged attack. Takes down the tank. And here comes that Prism. Prism is getting ready. Ooh. MaxPax does get punished. That's going to be 3 Stalkers going down. But Clem, he finally expands. And MaxPax, I mean, he's on 4 bases. He's fine. Perfectly fine. Perfectly safe and sound. The Colossus are building up. So we can go for a Zealot drop into the natural, Zealot run by in between the bases. And likewise, main army as well. The first Colossus has arrived across the map. Zealots on the right-hand side, collapsing in the army. A little bit mistimed. A little bit mistimed here from MaxPax. But honestly, MaxPax, he doesn't have to break this. He doesn't have to push in. He can just chill. He can just chill. And it's almost like a role reversal of last game, where Clem was just, his win condition was denied the 4th. Here, MaxPax's win condition is also just contain Clem on 3 bases. Just contain the Terran. Take a 5th expansion. There we go. Yeah, 5th base on the way. Why not? Just make sure that Clem never expands, never moves out. That's all that MaxPax needs to do. All of this came down to just the early aggression from MaxPax, killing all those SCVs. I mean, the miscontrol as well to Clem, sending SCVs across the map as well, sniping the tank, sniping the Raven. A lot that went well for MaxPax. Likewise, catching out the buy. Oh my god, brutal force fields. Marines go down. Marauder as well. MaxPax ready for that Zealot counterattack. Max, I see we got a 2nd Robo on the way. That's going to be for double Disruptor production. That's all he needs. And with Disruptors, it's going to be a little bit easier to push into the Terran. Let's break that defensive line. Clem now taking a 4th. MaxPax, he should not allow this to happen. He's rotating. He's rotating over. Likewise, Prism into the main. He's got DTs and Zealots. Main army moves in. MaxPax, the pressure is on. First Colossus almost going down. There's that first Nova. DT's here towards the 3rd base. And MaxPax, he should deny the expansion. Playing careful though. Doesn't want to overextend. There's a lot of Vikings, a lot of Marauders. Reinforcements have arrived. Again, he's only got the 1 Disruptor. Yo rotates over to the other side, takes out the tank. Ooh. Trades a tank for a Colossus. Second Colossus under fire. Baylor doesn't get the other. And Clemmy's holding. Impressive. Clemmy holds on, he takes the fourth. And MaxPax, he does plummet in supply. So take a lot of hits, never goes up. Decent connection. Decent connection, but Clemmy breaks out, stims on in, takes out the Zealots. Colossus goes down. He lost everything. He lost all the Colossus, all the Disruptors. MaxPax taking a brutal fight, losing almost every robo unit. And MaxPax is in trouble. Clem, he breaks out, he breaks free. Knocks in the tower, rotates over, make sure he doesn't get surrounded. MaxPax attempting this around. Vikings, they land behind the army. Zealots are moving in. And they're going to be dealt with as well. Yeah, Zealots do fall. And Clem, he's just snowballing out of control here. Once he broke free, once he broke out, he cannot be contained. Nova doesn't connect. And MaxPax is down to 1 Nova. Down to 0. 0 Disruptors, 0 Novas left, and he cannot hold. He cannot hold on with the Gateway Army. The Swarm Toss does nothing. Robo goes down. And Clem, he's done it. He's done it. We are not going to get an ace match. MaxPax was in a good position, but he could not deny the 4th base. Took a rough fight, lost everything. Zealot harass across the map. They get some damage. But the main army cannot be stopped. Oh, there's 1 Nova. Never mind. Never mind. Nova doesn't go up. And another expansion falls. And Clem is going to do it again. We did have a back and forth. We'll say that. Was an intense series between these two. But Clemmy will claim it. GG gets called, and Clem, he will take the series 3-1, advancing on to the grand finals. GG. GG, well played. Swarm toss. It's when you go Mass Zealot. So you go Mass Zealot, Zealot Stalker. But yeah, GG, well played. Clem, he will claim the series, will advance on. My condolences to MaxPax. He did put up a really good fight. And I'll be honest, MaxPax, he was in a really good position. Remember, he had 5 bases. He had map control. He was containing Clem. But he wasn't able to stop the 4th from getting up and running. Likewise, Clem was able to outposition those Colossus. Time and time again, we saw some big Viking volleys going off, and he was able to shut down the 1st and the 2nd Colossus real fast and real quick, and eventually collapsed on the army. Likewise, you could argue that MaxPax took a little bit too long to get the 2nd Robo. I will say that. The 2nd Robo, and specifically transition into Disruptors. His Disruptors were late. By the time he got into his Disruptors, Clem broke out, right? If you remember, I don't think MaxPax ever had more than 2 Disruptors. I don't think he ever had more than 2 at a time. He was shut down before he could really get them underway. Without them, he could not stop the advance of the Terran. Could not stop Clem. Could not stop him. GG, well played. Very well done here by Clem, as he will make it to those grand finals. And MaxPax is still in the tournament. So don't worry. Do not worry. Do not fret. That's all good. Do not worry. Do not fret. MaxPax, he is still in the tournament. And we're going to be catching up with more of MaxPax on Friday. What do I mean by that? Here we go. Let's just quickly update some of these scores. Un momento. Let us update some of the score lines here. And catch up on the bracket. Un momento. Beautiful. Okay. As we do switch our scenes over and catch up on the bracket. Okay, speaking of bracket, I got you. Bam! Beautiful. So, the OSC Season 12 Championship is a big boy, papi. It's a massive bracket. It's a lot to get into. Basically, we had, over 32 players getting involved, and now we are down to our top, I want to say top 6. So scrolling on over here, we have the matches that we just covered here today. We have, actually, can I zoom in a little bit? Let's see. See if I can make this a little bit more clear. Okay, that's a little bit better. Here we go. So we do have the upper bracket semifinals. MaxPax took down ByuN 3-1. Clem took down Dark, of course, and that led into the series we just casted. It led into the upper bracket finals, where Clem did advance on over MaxPax. With that, Clem is in the grand finals, but this is all just the upper bracket. We still have the lower bracket to indulge in. So scrolling down to the lower bracket, we have our upcoming matches. We have a Hero today. He just took down Solar 3-2. Likewise, Skillus just took down Geralt. And we have our... Oh, actually, did I miss something here? And we have our next match. We have our next series. It is going to be Hero versus Dark. Hero versus Dark is going to be coming up next in the lower bracket, and here we have Skillus versus ByuN. We'll have to update that, but ByuN is here next to Skillus. They're going to be facing off. So a TVP and a TVZ that leads into the winners versus each other in the next round. And then that leads into MaxPax. MaxPax, he's waiting in the lower bracket finals for a chance at a rematch against Clem. So Clem, he's waiting in the grand finals. He's waiting for all of these matches to wrap up before he gets his next challenger. So we have MaxPax, Dark, Hero, Skillus, and ByuN. Again, do apologize. We'll have to fix up the bracket, but ByuN is here next to Skillus. And these matches we are going to be catching up on Friday. We're wrapping up here for today's broadcast. Jeez, time flew by, but 5-hour cast. But we are going to be wrapping up for today, and we're going to be concluding the OSC Season 12 Championship on Friday. Here we go. Just catching up on our schedule here. You can see before you our weekly schedule. We just wrapped up with our early Wednesday cast. You can see here at 9 AM KST on Wednesday. The next OSC cast is going to be Friday at 6 PM KST. That is going to be 8 PM AEST, and it'll be at your time of choosing, just as a heads up. So we're going to be wrapping up on Friday. Our next cast on this channel is going to be tomorrow in less than 24 hours. We're going to be casting the Tenacious Total Tussle. That's going to be Thursday morning into the Pond cast in the evening. We have Amanthus on Friday. We have KSL. We have SEL. We have FSL on Sunday and Sparkling Tunic Cup. Again, our schedule is stacked. Our schedule is full of plenty of matches and plenty of StarCraft. Plenty of content on the channel. If you enjoyed the casting, if you enjoy the tournaments, the content, the StarCraft, then consider following us as we do cast and we do stream on a daily basis multiple times a day. You can see here that we only have one cast on Wednesdays. That's something new that we're doing this year, is instead of casting 2 times a day every single day, we have half a day off. Let's go. We have half a day off, Pappy. And what that really means is that I'm going to spend that time editing VODs. I'm going to edit VODs. I'm going to upload to YouTube. I'm going to work behind the scenes, get some food as well. Oh my God. And get some rest before the rest of the week. So this is also usually the time that I stream. So I at times last week I was laddering on my own personal channel, but I didn't get much sleep today. I'm not really feeling at 100%, so I think I'm gonna calm down on streaming today. But I should stream tomorrow after the Turtle Tussle, before the podcast. I should have a ladder session. And again, I do apologize. I try to stream like twice a week, Wednesday and Thursday, but I think today we'll slow down and we'll catch up on some work. I got a lot of thumbnails to make. I have to make a lot of YouTube thumbnails and a lot of work to catch up on. But regardless, thank you so much for watching. Thanks so much for the support. If you wanna follow us, you can do so via all the social medias. Here we go! Exclamation mark socials in the chat. You will get a link to our social media, to Twitter, Facebook, Instagram, YouTube, TikTok, Mastodon, Blue Sky, all things CranKy Ducklings. We're all over the place. It's all good, Cass. All good. Late game Protoss can out Zerg a Zerg player. It's super ridiculous. It can happen. It can. It's happened before. It'll happen again. It's crazy. It's crazy. They can swarm the Terran. But you can follow us. Otherwise, you can also support us on Patreon. Exclamation mark Patreon in the chat. You can actually see here we did reach our goal on Patreon. Just barely. That is to boost the prize pool on STC. Kind of. Like, this is a little bit. It's a little bit misleading, I will say. It's hard to say, but basically we did reach that goal, but there coming into the next month there was a cancellation on Patreon, so we're not quite fully there yet, but we're close. We're very close here to reaching and to maintaining that goal on Patreon, to be able to support and to grow our online tournaments, to support and grow Sparkling Tunic Cup, Masters 1 Open, and and Sea Duckling Open as well. So if you want to help support our tournaments, if you want to help support StarCraft, then you can do so via Patreon. It does support these tournaments here. You can see these are some amateur events. Sea Duckling Open is a tournament for Diamond players. Masters 1 Open is a tournament for Masters players, and Sparkling Tuna Cup is a tournament for Pro players. So these are the 3 tournaments that we do host on a regular basis, and you can support them via Patreon if you wish. You can help us grow them and help us fund them as well. So thank you. Thank you so much to all the supporters we have on Patreon. Thank you so much to all of our subscribers as well. And with that, we are wrapping up for the day. You can also follow us on YouTube. Our YouTube channel does upload on a daily basis. We have plenty of VODs on YouTube. Again, if you notice our skit, like, we cast a lot of StarCraft. And if you see something that you like and if you can't watch it live, check it out on YouTube. Because I'm sure you'll find it there. And there's plenty of content. Again, we've been casting StarCraft since 2017. So there's a lot of content from many years ago, and even, of course, more recent times as well. We started casting full-time 2020, COVID was when we committed to casting StarCraft. But before that, we would, stream, a couple of times a week, and then we did commit, and now we're here casting 2 times a day, almost every day. It's crazy. All the content, all the StarCraft. Otherwise, thanks for watching. Thanks for the support. We'll see you guys tomorrow for the Turtle Tussle, or whenever we see you next time for the next OSC Season 12 Championship. Otherwise, we'll see you then. Thanks for watching. Stick around. We're going to be giving another StarCraft streamer a raid. I'll find someone to send everyone over to. Who can we raid? Who can we support? Let's have a look. Let us have a look. Sal is streaming. Let's go. Sal is playing the campaign. Practice X is laddering. We have old mate Samuel. I haven't seen Samuel stream in a long time. I could raid Samuel. Who else? Don't see many others. But yeah, with that, thanks for watching. Stick around, give another StarCraft streamer some support as we do give them a raid, and we'll see you guys tomorrow for some more StarCraft action. Otherwise, thanks for watching. We'll see you next time. Ciao, bye, ciao. See you next time. Hasta luego.